in my testing, testing, mic check, sound level check, testing.
Good morning. I'd like to call the January 30, 2025 board meeting to order, and the time is 9:08. We'll start the meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. At this time, I will go over our mission statement and our philosophy. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills its mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. So I'd like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the George Herbert Walker Bush Building, located at 1801 Congress Avenue, room 4.3, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. So at this time, we will begin with the board member roll call. Dr. Benton?
Good morning. Kathy Boswell, representing AD in Education. Ms. Boswell is absent. Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers.
Could you hear me?
I heard
It
you.
just has to pick up.
Okay. Present.
Thank you. Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers. Mr. Chambers is absent. Laura Disk, representing RN Practice.
Present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jameson, representing Consumers.
Maisie Jameson, present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN Education.
Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers. Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Nancy Lewis, present.
Kathy Lederhorn, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Lederhorn is absent. Allison Porter Edwards, representing Baccalaureate Education.
Allison Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing Advanced Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Scott is absent. Kathy Ship, representing APRN.
Kathy
Practice.
Ship, present.
Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. Board members and staff, let's get started with introduction of board members and staff. So we'll start with Rick.
Good morning. My name is Rick Williams, representing Consumers. I am from Killeen, Texas, home of Fort Cavazos Hood.
Good morning. I'm Laura Disk. I am from Pharr, Texas. I am a registered nurse. I work at Rio Grande Regional Hospital as the CEO, and I represent RN practice.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education, and I am faculty at Howard College San Angelo.
Good morning. I'm Mary Grace Landrum, and I'm a public representative. I'm a retired educational design specialist and leadership development program.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia from San Antonio, Texas, representing RN practice. I'm a clinical educator and in an acute care setting. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Allison Edwards. I represent Baccalaureate Education. I am an associate professor at UT Health Cizik School of Nursing, and I reside in Bel Air, Texas.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Drew Riddle. I'm a nurse anesthetist, and I represent Advanced Practice Nursing. I practice in Fort Worth and am professor at TCU in our School of Nurse Anesthesia.
My name's Manny Cavazos. I am a public member. I'm an attorney, a CPA. I am from Maynard, Texas, born in Laredo, raised in Brownsville and Matamoros area, so in her backyard over there. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Lewis. I represent LVN, and my name is Nancy Lewis, and I represent LVN practice. I'm from Buchanan Dam, Texas, and I am quality and compliance for RHC practice.
My name is Maisie Jameson. I represent consumers. I live in Dallas.
Hello, and my name is Kathy Shipp. I represent APR in practice, and I reside in Canyon, Texas, about 15 miles south of Amarillo. So welcome to everyone today, and we'll start with staff.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Smith. I'm the Director of Nursing.
Good morning. Hemant Macon, Director of Operations. John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel.
Bruce Holter, Information Specialist.
Good morning. Dusty Johnston, General Counsel.
Good morning. Paul Bradley, Lead Consultant for Nursing Practice.
Good morning. Jan Hooper, Education Consultant for the Board.
Good morning. Beverly Skloss, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Good morning. Lisa Donnelly, Education Consultant here at the Board of Nursing.
Okay, do you want? Who do you want? Okay.
Daryl Holt, IT.
Do we? No. Any other staff? Okay. I know it. Oh, he's behind there. I'm sorry, behind the screen over there. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, board members and staff, let's get started with reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda? Hearing no changes, can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam President, I move to approve the agenda as
Thank
presented.
you. And do I have a second?
This is
I
Ken.
second.
Manny? Okay. Great. Having a motion and a second to approve the agenda. If no objection from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Board members, let's review the minutes from October 23, 24 board retreat and October 24, 2024 board meeting. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes? Hearing none, can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to approve the minutes of the October 23, 2024 board retreat and October 24, 2024 board meeting.
Thank you. And is there a second?
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Okay. Thank you, board members. Having a motion and, there we go. And this is also going to be taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy, Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off the consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only. Okay, hearing none. Continuing with the consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for the consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only. Hearing none. Are there any items on consent agenda only that anyone needs to recuse themselves from? This is for consent agenda only. Hearing none. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, members?
This is Mary Grace Landrum, and I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. And is there a second on the motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Laura Disk.
Okay, having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote. Allison, sorry, my mouse is being bad. There it is. Okay, and the motion passes unanimous. Board members, staff, audience will now begin the meeting with agenda item 1.1, Executive Director Report. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, board members, staff, and visitors today. Thanks for being with us. My written report is posted on our website in the agenda, so I won't read that to you, but I'll just summarize a few highlights. First, on the national landscape, the nursing compact has grown by one more state. Massachusetts was recently the 43rd jurisdiction to enact legislation. They've not yet implemented that. That date is still pending, but the compact continues to grow, which is quite remarkable. The compact this year is reaching its 25th year of existence. So the Compact Commission is planning a celebration of that 25 years coming up this March in conjunction with the NCSBN annual mid-year meeting, rather. Let's see. You may have seen in the news that nurses once again ranked as the top most trusted profession, which we're very proud of. Of course, the year of 9/11, firefighters overtook us, but that's with good reason. But there's a little summary there in my report of that poll result. Here at the board, we have been super busy. The ledge session started and on January 14th, and it will run until June 2nd. And we're actively monitoring many bills. I'm sure we've surpassed 100 at this point, right, Bruce? 360. So, and there's still time to file more. So we have a very robust team of staff who are monitoring certain subject areas that are germane to their expertise. So it's a lot to manage on top of your regular duties as a board staff member. So board members, if you get contacted about legislation or you see something that you think, oh my gosh, I wonder I wonder if the board's monitoring that, please don't hesitate to reach out to us, and we're glad to meet with you and discuss that with you. Let's see. Okay, one of the biggest pieces of legislation that we monitor closely, of course, are the budget bills. So that's House Bill and Senate Bill 1. Those were filed last week, and we were promptly contacted by staff of the Senate Finance Committee, and we've been told that we are going to be testifying before the committee on February 13th. So we are hustling to get ready for that. We were able to enter some adjustments to our LAR, which we'll be discussing in a later agenda item, and we'll go over that. We'll go over that in more detail then. We'll also have a House Appropriations Committee hearing. We don't know yet when that will be. We're still, that committee, the membership has not been appointed yet, so we're keeping an eye on that. Let's see. Operation Nightingale. Oh, it continues. One of the wonderful things that we saw in the filed versions of both budget bills was that our first exceptional item of our legislative appropriations request, which was a continuance of the funding that was issued last session to address Operation Nightingale, was replenished. So we're very, very appreciative of that, and really gives us a bit of a sigh of relief, because as I've reported all along, Operation Nightingale has affected every facet of our agency, from customer service all the way, to legal. That we've been working with the Office of the Attorney General's Administrative Law Division. Their team of attorneys has been representing the board in contested case hearings, where those who were issued a license but are known to have attended one of these quote-unquote schools contest our attempt to remove them from practice. You'll probably also notice that a number of the proposals for decisions that were on the consent agenda are exactly that. Those were hearings related to Nightingale, and you can see that our legal team, in conjunction with our enforcement team, with our expert nurse consultants, and legal division over at the Office of Attorney General, have really prevailed. So we're very, very proud of the work they've done. I can't think of a more mission-driven initiative right now than to, keep patients safe by ensuring that anyone who's licensed to practice has the requisite education to do so safely. So we hope that work continues. We know it will, because now we have funding. And of course, just last week, we were notified of yet another program that's been named by the FBI in Florida. It's called MedLife Naples. And through the work of Danny Sleuthing, Danielle Green in enforcement, our Assistant Director of Enforcement, she has, as of yesterday, identified 95 licenses that are affiliated with this school. So as you can see, the work continues. So that's really one of the big things I wanted to communicate this morning to everyone, that it's not gone away, but we are on it. Okay, here's the fun part of this report. I want to introduce to you some of our new board staff who are here with us today. Let's see here. Okay, is Maggie Gines here? Maggie? No, I don't see Maggie. Okay, Dana Kripe. There's Dana. Good morning. Dana started working with us on November 15th as a criminal justice investigator. She has a criminal justice degree from Sam Houston State University and has employment experience at Enterprise Mobility. Thank you, Dana. And Jared Esser. Jared started working also on November 14th as a criminal justice investigator. He has a degree in criminal justice from Texas State University, and his previous employment includes the United States Army as a juvenile probation officer. Thank you, Jared. And Crystal Metcalf. There's Crystal. Crystal started on November 16th as a nurse investigator, and she has a BSN from UT Tyler and is working toward completing her master's degree in nursing administration / business administration. She has experience in case management and claims investigation and occupational health. And Cregan Burchell, there's Cregan, started working as a license and permit specialist too on January 10th. He studied wildlife biology at Texas State University and industrial management at the University of Central Missouri. His previous work experience includes the Office of the Attorney General, where he worked as a central records reviewer. Cregan is a veteran of the United States Air Force, where he worked as a ground support technician and supply and inventory manager. And Rachel Salazar. Rachel started to work as a license and permit specialist also on January 10th. Her previous work experience is from Texas Health Human Services as a program specialist and the City of Kyle Police Department, where she worked 911 telecommunications. Welcome. Okay, did I miss anyone? Any more new staff? I think that's everyone today. Okay. Thank you and welcome. And I do want to give a big shout out to Steve Zimmerman and Courtney Carruthers and all of the teams in the agency that interview candidates who have applied. They have really made it a priority to fill our open positions. And I can't remember in my 10 plus years on staff at the board ever being more fully staffed than now. So thank you very much for everyone's hard work in prioritizing not only getting people hired, but welcoming them to our agency and making sure that they have the support they need to grow in their position. So thanks.
You should stand up, Steve. So
Yes,
everybody knows
yes,
who does.
Steve.
Yes, yes.
And Courtney's not here, but she has become quite expert at the centralized recruitment software that the state offers. And it has really made, this is one example of where, you know, some technology really helps streamline and make things more efficient. So we're really, really happy to have her expertise. Okay, let's see. One other thing I wanted to share, you know, each of these, I know we have an appearance, but this won't take long. Each of these reports every quarter, toward the back of the report, you'll see a summary of those disciplinary actions that the board delegates me the authority to sign off on those. And in this report, you'll see there's a new category, and that is the result of the rule amendment that you approved not too long ago, and it's related to Nightingale. They're called inactivation agreements, and if you, there's one on page 17 for the LVN inactivation agreements, and you'll see that there were 5 who signed an agreement to go inactive based upon their education not being substantially equivalent, and that individual is not eligible for licensure until they complete education. So there are 5 LVN inactivation agreements and 5 RN inactivation agreements. So you can see that that process is working. Those are potentially 10 hearings that didn't have to happen, which takes up an inordinate amount of time and energy of staff. So I want to say a big thanks to John Vanderford and Dusty Johnston and our IT team for working with NERSIS, which is the National Licensure Database. They were the inventors of this new option to try to reach settlements in these cases that we just have, a large number of, and they got to it, and now we have a new code in NERSIS that really helps facilitate getting these individuals out of practice until they go to school. I think that's all. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Benton. At this time, we will do 7.1.1 Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Quarterly Report for the first quarter. Brittany?
Morning.
Coming through Teams. Yes.
Good morning, Brittany.
Good morning. Thank you all so much for allowing me to come through Teams today. Just a little bit of a scheduling conflict, but happy to be here. Hope everybody is doing well on this rainy morning. You all got there safely. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes, but we can't see you.
Can you hear? There you go.
There she is. We can see you now.
All right. Good morning. Good morning again. Okay, so you all can hear me. All right. Well, I am going to be reporting, like you said, on the first quarter of 2025, which ran from September 1st of 2024 through the end of November. We had a really great start to this quarter when it comes to our referral numbers. If you all see that, our referral numbers for this quarter were 176. That is up from the last quarter. We had 118 referrals, so it's quite a big bump that we had there. In the referrals, and overall the total cases also went up. We went from 603 to total cases of 635. So moving in the right direction as far as being able to serve those nurses that could use the assistance in relation to substance use disorder or mental health conditions. And the other things just to kind of take note of for this quarter and just let you all know, still actively working, have a lot of work going on in the domain of our strategic plan as it relates to our looking at our individualization and matrix. We are currently in the process of reaching out to our subject matter experts just to get more feedback on what's going on with the evidence as it relates to different treatment modalities and length of time, those kinds of things. And so we are in that data gathering stage as it comes to that, and hope to be able to present something to you all later in the spring, maybe early summer, but the goal is hopefully later in the spring once we get all those SMEs and get that data collected and put forth some things for everybody. One of the things that we're excited about that happened this past quarter is we did start a new position. As we've kind of been going over the last couple of years, we've noticed, just trying to get out into the community, do more outreach, both to, our employers, our academic partners, and the community just about what TPAPN is, how we can help increase awareness of these issues in nursing, as well as decrease the stigma and help overall wellness. So we created a new position to double down our efforts with this outreach, as well as help support our volunteer program, which is the basis of our program, our peer support partners. So this position is a full-time position. It's called our Outreach and Peer Support Specialist position. And we're really looking forward to seeing what we can do when we double down these efforts when it comes to outreach, and really pouring in a lot of good information into our peer support partner program, trying to kind of collaborate and ensure that there's a sense of community amongst our volunteers and really help offer up some fidelity and just ensure our goal there is just to ensure that every participant in our program has a peer support partner assigned to them. That is the big goal. And if they should so need that. So those are some things that are going on in our program from this last quarter, and we're excited about this future and this year. Increasing our social media efforts because we understand that that is a really important aspect when it comes to vary across different generations and how we can better reach different, just utilizing a variety of different platforms and stuff like that. Otherwise, are there any questions?
Any questions, board members? That's exciting that the numbers are up. I know you've been working really hard to do that. So that is a good start.
Thank you. Yes, the team is definitely doing an amazing job. Thank you all for your support.
Well, this worked out, for you to be on Teams. We'd rather see your face here present, but that is something new that we've done. So we're glad we worked it out. So any other statements or questions or staff? Tony?
I just want to highlight the efforts that Brittany and her team have made. If you look at page 7 of 28 of their report, you'll look at the third quarter of 2024, they had 549 participants. They're up to 635 now in about 9 months. So that's very impressive. Thank you, Brittany.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Tony and Daniel, for all the support you all give us every week. It's good to see you.
Good morning, Brittany. I'm always
Good morning,
intrigued
Dusty.
by the notion of the individualized plan for a participant, and you alluded to the fact that you're moving and you're doing a lot in that area. I guess that's a lot of what your staff's working on now, and then I listen and I hear what someone says, and it's always like we're going to be working on blah blah blah, and in my mind I'm like, well, what are those things? What? Give me some examples. Let us get on board with the concept, and maybe it's a little bit premature or whatever, but and we can talk about it later, of course. But those ideas about, because Tony and I and many in enforcement and legal have pondered and wondered how over many years, decades for Tony and I, how do you get it to work? What is the best practice? We're just and I know that we're sort of not on the advisory group anymore, and not really. I guess we could always come if we wanted to, but kind of being out of the loop. I'm curious. Is there some? Can you come in hot with something for us to kind of get excited about from what y'all have been reviewing?
I sure hope so, Dusty. I think it's a fine balance, as we know with what we do, between ensuring that there's individuality as well as accountability. And I think you all have heard me say, when we're looking at the matrix when it came out, I believe it was around 8 years ago. This was kind of, I think it was unprecedented. It was really good work towards trying to look at, depending on the diagnosis that comes into the program, matching that diagnosis with the current, best treatment recommendations, looking at other alternative to discipline programs, as well as trying to find the research in those domains in which you all know, that is an area, I believe, when it comes to research of alternative discipline programs and length of program, as well as, just outcomes that we are still actively investigating. So to talk about kind of what we're looking at, we've identified specific questions as it relates to best practice in treatment modalities, length of time, different kinds of what works from. We want to get our nurses back. One of I think the big factors is ensuring that they're back to work and they're back to work safely, and as quickly as possible, with ensuring that we still have that safety and that accountability with them. So when we're looking out and reaching out to our subject matter experts, clinical psychologists, some other experts that help run other ADPs, as well as some psychiatrists, physicians, those types of things, we're asking questions. Have treatment recommendations changed? What are we seeing in terms of length of monitoring and outcomes related to that? Is there something that we can do with those kinds of things? Are there alternative options, which we've already somewhat opened those up, as far as making sure that we're not all having everybody just fit one box? So we're really just looking at the matrix that currently exists, trying to evaluate what is currently still really effective, and what are some things that we could do and introduce that is just going to help with that person-centered care, make sure that we are also being trauma informed when it comes to these things. I think that that's a really big area, so that we're decreasing the stigma as it is associated with substance use and mental health, specifically in our profession. And is there something else that we could do to incorporate those? So I know those are all very broad because it's early, but like I said, Dusty, we're really excited and hopeful that we have something very much more specific to bring to you all. That is the goal, is to bring that all in front of the board by the end of this fiscal year.
Thanks, Brittany. But I feel like something's working, right? Because you're getting participants. There is the messaging, the focus on the individuality. Even if you can't, set up programs, everybody gets their own perfect, individual program. I sense that the messaging that y'all are doing that, and the outreach, that's where the direction you're going. That it may be an influence in this increase in participation too. This is unprecedented growth since I've been here. I mean, it's not 800 participants. It's not the concept of what you're talking about, but it's big. It is the biggest I've seen in years. So it's really commendable. Thank you.
This is Maddie.
Thank you all.
I have a question, if it's okay.
Is your mic on?
It says it's on. It's not on.
Just move it closer.
Oh, okay. I do have a question about the funding. Is it the funding for them? Is it just coming from us, or is it coming from associations also?
Yeah, you can answer. It comes from us through renewal fees. There's a surcharge, and we contract.
Do they get funding from like associations or anything like that? The nursing associations?
No, I think
she
they're
can answer
separate.
that.
Brittany might be able to answer that better than me. Yeah.
Yeah, not a lot. We are, because we are a nonprofit, there is the ability to do some fundraising, but I don't know that avenue through Texas Nurses Foundation has really been tapped. So most of our funding is directly from you all.
And then the other question I had, just because of the CPAs, is that we made it very clear how expensive it is to become a CPA and how cheap it is to rescue somebody from losing his license. So it's a good investment, whoever makes it. So I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just saying what we do as CPAs, and I'm asking the question: is it pretty much similar? Dusty?
Obviously, I think it transcends, occupational licensing, whatever it is. Nursing is we don't follow CPAs, but yes, if you're a CPA and you need help and there's a peer assistance that's associated with your program, it should be like any other occupational licensing agency's peer assistance programs. We've just been embedded so long with nursing and the population, which is so large. The access to drugs that is so convenient. The stress of the job itself, that we consider and the risk to a vulnerable population by those that may be impaired. So, and I think we probably have a lot of money appropriated for the purpose of TPAPN, because it needs to be resourced, and every year it's looked at, and every year it's they're a major contract now with us, and they are subject to stricter evaluations. And that so it's I don't know that much about it, but it's a great investment, just like it would be. These nurses worked very hard for their licenses too, and this is a good opportunity for them.
And it's a long time investment, and for whatever expense that we have per capita for saving a license or something like that, in at least in the CPA profession, is very small. It's a lot cheaper than getting somebody started in the profession. So I completely support that. I believe that's what it is here, but I just don't know. So that's what I was asking.
The cost, I mean, I guess sort of being overgeneral, the cost to a nurse participant as part of their kind of ability to earn a salary versus the cost to maybe a CPA as a percentage of their salary is probably more it probably burdens a nurse a little bit more as kind of a per capita of their salary, I would think, because that's what we hear a lot of. That's what we hear a lot about. I can't do that. I can't afford that, and so there may be a slight difference there, but the importance of having a peer assistance program is proved itself again and again, and this is really exciting. I would say that the growth in this last quarter, or was it a quarter that you did that,
A couple quarters.
a couple
Yeah,
quarters?
few. Yeah, few.
Still, I mean, it's I'm sure they're going to be looking at their funding again if this kind of thing keeps on this track.
I think that, well, I don't know enough, but my opinion is yes.
No one that doesn't support it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I support it because I know how good it is to be able to get somebody back practicing, as opposed to start off in elementary and train them all the way to becoming a nurse. So yes, I'm a big supporter, but I don't know enough about this program though. But thank you very much for the information.
Yes, I have a quick question. Good morning, Brittany. This is Drew Riddle. First, congratulations on all the work that you and your team are doing. I wonder if you guys, and maybe it's buried in the reports that I've read a few times but didn't see it. I see that you report an absolute growth number relative to the number of cases you had, say, last quarter or last year at this time. But do you guys look at that as a percentage of license holders? Because, of course, we've seen a growth in license holders in the state. So I guess, is that a metric that matters? I don't know. I'm sort of asking the question maybe without the answer here. Does that matter? Is that a metric that perhaps other programs, is that a national metric? We have X number of people enrolled relative to even type of license, LVN, RN, APRN, et cetera.
Hi, Drew. Good morning. So that's a really interesting question. Since I have been here, I don't believe that we've really looked at that specific percentage. I think it is something that we have the capacity to do, and it does bring into, a very interesting question. When we're looking at percentages, we do look at, number of licensed individuals, and when we're trying to, talk about these concerns that exist when it comes to like research and how many, like what is the average percent of nurses that are likely struggling with a substance use disorder or other mental health conditions, so that we know, hey, this is how many nurses that really we could be and want to be helping, versus how many are actually actively in the program. So that we do look at, but I don't believe, I can't tell you that I've seen a metric specifically and, what we're looking at against the percentage of nurses and then breaking it down per licensure. But we definitely do have the capacity and the metrics probably to do so.
I wonder, thank you, that's really helpful. I wonder if I don't know, it might be worth looking at, only because moving forward, say you see a plateau in the number of individuals, you don't see the growth, but as a percentage of license holders, it continues to grow because the number of license holders has decreased for whatever reason in that category. That it's sort of a numerator denominator metric, but it might be. I don't know. It might be an interesting way to look at it as well.
I agree. I think that's a good idea. Well, look at that. Thank you.
Kathy, thank you. Nice work, Brittany. Appreciate all of the information. To the question that Manny raised and Dusty's comments, my question is around budgetary implications. So, for example, should you come to us and say, boy, we really need additional dollars to do X, Y, Z, do we have the flexibility in our budget to be able to accommodate that?
That's a great question. We actually have an exceptional item in our budget request that TEPPN and Brittany and Serena reached out to let us know that they were operating in a deficit and needed a little more support financially. So we have put that in our LAR, and I don't know if you were on the meeting earlier, Brittany, but our finance hearing is on February 13th.
I saw that and I wrote it down.
Great.
Thank you.
So yes, and I just echo everything everyone said about the importance of this type of a program to support nurses. I mean, after all, it is a disease, and we are nurses, and we support nurses. So yes, the financial impact is very significant, but the spiritual impact is huge too. So thank you, Brittany. I think I saw you get a little emotional. I just want to reinforce how impressed we are with your hard work. And it's so gratifying to see all of the outreach begin to pay off.
Thank you all so much. Yeah, I could not be more proud of this team, and also just our nurse volunteers, our peer support partners. If anybody's one out there listening, we couldn't do this work without all of them. And thank you for validating. It is a disease, and the participants in this program, our nurses, are working incredibly hard because their passion is nursing, and they're working incredibly hard to get through recovery. And I think that can't be overlooked. That they're very impressive with what all they're doing. So thank you all so much for the support.
Thank you. Anything else? All right. Okay. Well, we'll let you get back to that. All that good work. Thank you, Brittany.
Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, board members, our next appearance is at 10:15. So we are going to go to 7.2, consideration of delegation and approval of procurement regarding online nursing courses services. Mr. Miller. I think you're fine there. Just introduce yourself so everybody be reminded.
Good morning, everyone. Brian Miller, Assistant General Counsel. Greetings, board members, staff members, members of the public. Purpose of this report is to request the board delegate authority to the executive director to approve and sign a contract with a vendor who submits a bid to provide the services stated in the board's RFP for online nursing course services. Texas Government Code Section 2261.254C requires a state agency to obtain governing body approval prior to entering into a contract that exceeds $1 million. However, that approval can be delegated to the executive director. Our current contract for online nursing course services with vendor eStrategy Solutions Incorporated terminates on March 1st, and it's vital to not only the agency's operations, but also to its state's licensees and license applicants. What are online nursing course services? For us, those look like things that allow state licensees and license applicants to access what we have as an online nursing learning services platform. They have access to the nursing jurisprudence examination. They have access to online courses such as nursing documentation, prescriptive authority for APRNs as well. And they also have access to webinars that they can use to keep up to date with licensing requirements and things of that nature. Since these services are IT related, state law requires us to obtain those services through the DIR. The DIR is the Texas Department of Information Resources, which is another government agency. And as such, DIR must approve all agency solicitations. In our case here, that's going to be an RFP. Then the DIR must also approve any agency contract born out of those solicitations or RFPs. So after that, board staff has received DIR approval, we've issued an RFP, and we're in the process of receiving and collecting bids. We will then evaluate those responses according to the RFP and state law and award a contract to a vendor. With the board's authority, the executive director will then approve and sign the contract. Board staff will come back, notify the board and the board members of the approved and signed contract at the board's next meeting after the contract is signed. So to reiterate and conclude, board staff requests board members delegate to the executive director the approval and signature authority to enter a contract as previously stated. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Good morning, Brian. Could you tell us why eStrategy Solutions contract is exceeding? What has happened? Have their prices increased? Has their volume? Why is it exceeding where it hasn't in the past?
Sure. So prices stayed the same. Prices for the service stayed the same. With the increase in the number of nurses, that's pushed us over $1 million. In the past, the number has roughly fluctuated around 990,000. So we weren't too far off from the $1 million mark, but that's the reason the increase in nurses. Volume, yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, members? Thank you for your work on this. Do I have a motion?
Madam President, this is Rick Williams. I move to delegate the executive director the approval and signature authority outlined in Texas Government Code Section 2261.254 D as in Delta to enter into a contract with a vendor who submits a bid to provide the services and who meets the evaluation and best value criteria stated in the Board of Nursing's 2025 requests for proposals for online nursing course services.
This is Drew Riddle. I second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. So if there's no further discussion, if you will please vote, members.
Could
Thank
I
you all
ask
for
a
your time.
question on that one? I'm for it, and I voted for it. But the question is, obviously, there is an advantage to doing it that way, and I did not understand.
I think in this instance, the advantage is to avoid a cease of services because our full board next meets in April. And our current contract runs out March 1st. Is
That's
that
correct.
right?
That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, board members, we'll move to 7.3, consideration of the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, TCNWS, financial report, fiscal year 2024. Dr. Benton?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this is not an action item. It's informational only. Pam Lauer with the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies sends their financial statement each year, which is required of them, just to illustrate how the funding that we pass to the center was used in the past fiscal year. So on page 1, you see the requirements cited and an itemized list of some of the products and reports that they've accomplished over the past fiscal year, and a summary of staffing and an explanation of the unexpended balance that they had, which was a little over $55,000. And this is similar to what we saw this time last year in their previous report. And it's essentially the result of staff vacancies. And this actually feeds into our appropriations request. You'll probably recall that one of our exceptional items was to be given the authority to pass through just a little bit more to them so that they can post positions at a salary that will attract qualified applicants. You'll see that one of their positions was vacant for 11 months during that fiscal year. So I'd be glad to try to answer any questions you might have, but again, this is for information purposes only. Thank you.
Any questions, board members? They are so important in what we do and the data that gives us to be able to look at trends and see what's happening.
Yeah, and we often get requests, especially during the legislative session. A legislator will call and ask, such and such school is in my district. Tell me about them. What's their enrollment? What's their graduation? What's their persistence rate? And I just, will send the center a request, and I had to do that Monday, and within an hour, I had everything I needed. They're just really responsive, and we very much appreciate them.
Very professional, also, just excellent. Okay. So we're rarely ever early on our schedule, and I don't know if Tarleton has all of their people here. I do see purple, so I think that's Tarleton. I have family in Stephenville, so I know that. Would you want to go ahead and get started, or are you waiting on anyone? Okay, well, that's important. Okay. We're good with that. Okay, we'll see. We'll just move on to something else. Okay. Okay, let's move to 7.4, review and consideration of current position statements without changes. That's Paul.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. 7.4 is our annual review of position statements. We go through to make sure that nothing has changed, all the links work, things of that nature. This year we were lucky, or at least we thought, in that there weren't, we only had one that had some changes. So 15.1, the only one that had a change was 1510. All the others were just minor updates of links, wording, things like that. So we would like to move that the board accept the current board position statements without any recommended changes, with allowance for non-substantive edits for the purposes of clarity as may be deemed necessary by board staff.
Thank you, Paul. Do I have a motion from the board member, please?
This is Drew Riddle. I motion to approve.
Okay. And do I have a second?
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Great. Thank you. So if there's no other discussion, if you will please vote. I think, Paul, we'll just move on to 7.5 and have you talk to us about review and consideration of current position statements with changes. 15.10, continuing education, limitations for expanding scope of practice.
Yes, Madam President. Like we said, this is position statement 1510, which dealt with continuing education and the limitations on expanding scope of practice. This was reviewed by our fantastic education consultants as well as the practice team. And these proposed changes we felt were substantive in nature, and the revisions clarify that at all levels of licensure, a nurse may not expand their scope of practice through informal continuing education offerings such as workshops or online offerings, as they do not meet the educational requirements to promote the nurse to a higher level of licensure or expand scope of practice. So we would move to that the board adopt the current position statements with the proposed changes as they were attached, along with the allowance for non-substantive edits for the purposes of clarity as may be deemed necessary by board staff.
Thank you.
I have one caveat to this before you guys vote. We just found out yesterday that the medical board has changed their rules as of January 9th. Initially, we thought that it was just a numbering of the rules, but it also looks like they changed some of the rules. So there may be additional changes to position statements coming at the next board meeting after we've had a chance to review their changes and go through all of our online material for approval if it changes the meaning of our position statements and FAQs.
That could be a big undertaking. Goodness. Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. Any other discussion or questions? So we'll leave this one how it is at this point. And it's extremely important that we do this and we make it clear, because there are many times that nurses at all levels can get in trouble if they start doing things out of their scope. And especially Drew and I deal with that at the APRN level all the time, and but even at the LVN level to the RN as well. So.
Yes, ma'am. I don't think that their changes necessarily affect this particular position statement, but our position statements overall. So it was just despite the fact that we've approved a bunch of non-substantive changes, there may be ones coming up that we just found out about earlier this month.
Great. Thank you. So do I have a motion? Okay.
I'll make a motion. Move to adopt the current board position statements with proposed changes along with allowance for non-substantive edits for purposes of clarity as may be deemed necessary by board staff.
Thank you. And a second?
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Thank you. So a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, please vote. Maisie, can you? Did it go through? And do you vote for her? Can you do that for her? Okay. Okay. And motion carries. Thank you. So, Tarleton representatives, if you guys want to move forward, we'll now consider agenda item 3.2.5, consideration of change of approval status, Tarleton State University in Stephenville, Texas, baccalaureate degree nursing education program. Dr. Donnelly?
Madam President and board members, the agenda item is to request board consideration of a change in approval status from conditional to full approval for the baccalaureate degree nursing education program at Tarleton State University in Stephenville, Texas. This is based on the preliminary 2024 NCLEX RN examination pass rate of 94.67% and areas for improvement, and areas for improvement to align with Rule 215. The Tarleton State University School of Nursing was established in 1976 in Stephenville, Texas. TSU added the BSN program in 1994 and was granted initial approval from the Texas Board of Nursing in 1995. TSU is accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, and TSU received initial national accreditation by the Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education in 1997. Current CCNE accreditation is active through June 30th of 2034. A re-accreditation visit took place in November of 2023. TSU offers a generic traditional BSN program at the main campus in Stephenville, Texas, as well as an an LVN to BSN track in Waco and an RN to BSN track in Fort Worth. Dr. Michael Leger is the Dean of the School of Nursing. He was approved to serve as the program director by board staff on July 8th of 2024. This program did experience numerous challenges over the past few years, including changes in administration, faculty, and policies. A focus survey was conducted in 2023 where several recommendations were made to program administration, and much to their credit, the program has demonstrated successful improvements as the NCLEX pass rate has gone from 54.17 in 2022 to 74.76 in 2023 to now a preliminary score of 94.76 for 2024. Dr. Parker, as the interim dean, worked diligently to make improvements to the program, and the new dean is well qualified to advance the program with years of leadership and nursing education experience. As evidenced by the information presented, Tarleton State University is now in compliance with Rule 215. Therefore, I ask you consider a change in approval status from conditional to full approval for the baccalaureate degree nursing education program. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who would like to speak first, but if you can go ahead and introduce yourself, and we will have you all speak, and then if we have questions.
Great.
Thank you.
You so much. I'm Dr. Michael Leger. I'm the new dean for Tarleton State University School of Nursing. I am humbled to be here before you, the Board of Nursing, at this important moment in our school's history. I speak on behalf of the entire School of Nursing, the students, the staff, the faculty, when I share our gratitude to the board, and in particular, Dr. Lisa Donnelly and Dr. Janice Hooper, for all the support and guidance over the past several months. We are very proud of the success of our graduates have shown with their first NCLEX pass rates this year, as well as our current students who have demonstrated resilience during what can only be described as a period of uncertainty. While it is an understatement to say that no School of Nursing wants to face this type of circumstance, I see this as an opportunity for myself and for our faculty to demonstrate to you, the Board of Nursing, to our students, and to our communities that we take very seriously our charge to educate our students to become professional registered nurses. We are making improvements to our programs and its processes, but we never lose sight of our goal, and that is to educate and graduate safe practicing nurses. Now I'd like to introduce to you the other individuals here beside me. Dr. Ramona Parker to my left, Executive Dean and Associate Vice President for the College of Health Sciences at Tarleton State University, of which the School of Nursing is a part of, and she served as the interim dean for the School of Nursing prior to my arrival. To my far left is Mr. Dylan Charles. He is a Level 2 senior nursing student in our program. And to my right is Ms. Stephanie Starr, Level 2 senior nursing student. We appreciate any questions you might have.
Dr. Park?
I just have a quick question. Looking at the preliminary, I'm just, it may be a typo, but why is the denominator smaller than the numerator? You've got 150 over 1, like the total is 142, but pass was 150. Is there a reason for that?
If it's an error, it's my fault, and I'll be happy to correct that. Thank you for bringing it
I don't know
to
that
my
it was.
atten-
That's why I was asking.
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay.
So I will definitely check that. Thank you for that.
Madam President, it may be out of line, but since I work with this program also with Dr. Donnelly, I'm very proud for you. And I want to say to the students, thank you for coming on such a bad morning for this event and to visit the Board of Nursing. I expect when we were there on a visit, that was the most beautiful campus. So you have everything in place to be extremely successful. Proceed with caution and go for it. Thank you.
So I didn't know if the students wanted to say something. You can be kind of nervous, and you don't have to, but you did come, and you are sitting there. And so we have Stephanie and Dylan, and many of us were nursing students a long time ago and remember what that's like. And we've got Dr. Parker, who sat here before and did a lot of work to make some changes, and we appreciate that. And I don't know if you have anything you'd like to say as well.
I like the students.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Starr. I'm a student, S2 in Stephenville. I'm grateful to be here. Thank y'all for having us. I have learned so much. I feel very confident in taking the NCLEX. We eat, sleep, dream it. We're ready. And the faculty, they put in so much time and effort, and then the numbers show that it's getting a lot better. We're ready. Thank you.
Do you graduate in May?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Great. Dylan?
Hi, Dylan Charles, student. I just want to thank all the faculty and staff for all the hard work that they've put in, the staff that's been there since the beginning when all of this happened, and just sticking it out and kind of proving to us that they're in the ride with us, and just making that effort means a lot to all the students in the program.
I think for me, when I sat before you those many months ago, I really just I needed to just take a deep breath and believe in that we could be successful. My two main constituents were the students and were the faculty, and taking as much time as I could, as often as I could, to reassure the students, our learners, that they could succeed, that we could do this together as a team. And certainly working with the faculty, as you could imagine, the challenges we faced and just the uncertainty of where we were going. There were lots of slogans said. We pulled together as a team, and we rose out of the ashes. And so we just really motivated each other. We held each other together. We trusted in the process, even though the process may have seemed a little wiggly. We trusted the process, and we trusted that our learners could be successful, and they were, and they will be in the future. So again, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today. It was important that our entire faculty were here, and that's who you see behind us, and that we had student representation as well. I too want to thank Drs. Donnelly, Dr. Hooper for their invaluable encouragement and support. And I definitely want to thank Dr. Leger, who trusted in us, who trusted in me to come and lead the school forward. So he is the best person for such a time as this, and I'm very grateful to him as well. So thank you.
So I was president then, and it was very difficult for us, for those of you who weren't here that time, and I know it was very difficult for Dr. Parker, but at the time I remember there were still 170 students in the pipeline, and we just felt very, very strongly that those needed to be the priority, which you are here today, and to not have more students, but really be able to pour into you and work on those things. And I had even been a graduate of a program that had to be unconditional and then came back stronger. And I felt you would, and I could see what Dr. Parker had done. But if you were here for us talking about our mission and what we're here to do is to protect the public, and those students who have put their time and money and belief and effort in have to be protected. And we do that for over 200 schools. And so it's never easy for us to decide to put a school on conditional, but we're so excited, and it's not normal that we do it in January. It usually is April, and so you guys worked really hard and got those there. And so are there more students that are here, or so the rest are faculty? Who are faculty? Okay, look. Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes, that's great. So I also have a love for Stephenville. I have family from Stephenville. I grew up in Fort Worth, but my family lived at Lingaville, which is a little town right outside of there. And so I love Stephenville. My family has the Ben Franklin there on the square, so you should go shopping there and tell them hello. But Stephenville and Tarleton has just grown and is a beautiful community and all, and so it is hard, and it's hard for us to make those decisions, but we truly care, and we're glad to see you do this. I just had a question, Dr. Leger. Did I say that right? So your address is Galveston.
That's my home address, my permanent address, yes.
Okay.
I live in Stephenville.
Okay. Just checking.
I commute. Yeah, it's just a short drive Monday through Friday. No,
Yeah.
I own a home. I own a home in Stephenville. My permanent residence is Galveston.
Okay, which is another beautiful place.
Yes.
Okay, great. It wasn't computing. I was like that. Okay. That sounds good. So any statements? Yes, Drew.
I have a good morning. Thanks for being here. Did y'all take a bus or something? Is there like a
Two
Tarleton
SUVs,
State,
yes.
Tarleton State van outside? Thanks for coming down. As an educator myself and in the academic world, I understand the gravity of what happened and the tremendous amount of work that you put in. So congratulations on being here. As an academic and a fellow educator, I would really encourage you to think about, once you take a sigh of relief and can celebrate this, think about how you disseminate what you did, what worked, what didn't work. I'm sure you've already started thinking about that, and perhaps there's already publications in the pipeline. But there's like President Shipp said, there's over 200 programs in the state that the board has jurisdiction over, and it sure would be nice to have some exemplars available in the peer-reviewed literature to say, here's an example of what may work for you. Good, bad, and ugly. The things that didn't work as well. So just leave you with that thought.
Well, thank you. As a matter of fact, we're waiting on the final report for the 2024 year, and Dylan, who is an honor student, is going to work with myself and Dr. Lisa Otto, the assistant dean, to do an analysis of the data for the past 2 years, and we do have a manuscript in the pipeline from the entire faculty.
Madam President.
My mic's off. Oh, okay. So I was just so excited. Okay, Rick?
All right. Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Tarleton. Thank you all for being here. I knew when we saw you some months ago, I had all the confidence in the world that you all would be successful, and I am delighted to be sitting here and seeing that you did not just meet the standard, but looking at this NCLEX score, you blew it out of the water. Mm-hmm. So that is a testament to the work that you all have put in. I wish you Godspeed, and thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. So if I could get a motion.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to change the approval status for the Tarleton State University Bachelor Degree Nursing Education Program in Stevensville, Texas, from conditional approval to full approval based upon review of the preliminary 2024 NCLEX RN examination pass rate and compliance with Rule 215 as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Rick Williams, our
Jameson,
second.
I second.
Okay, Rick Williams. Okay, motion and second. No other discussion. If you'll please vote. We've got Carol and Maisie. I can't see if anybody else is. Carol's for, and Maisie?
Yeah, I've already voted.
Or, well,
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
oh, okay.
Maisie Jameson, 4.
Okay, it's unanimous. Passes. Congratulations. Good work. Now you can celebrate, for sure. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll come back at 10:45.
members, this is the dream team, believe me. And you're going to have a special surprise. We're going to bring Virginia in on the screen. So all of us will have a chance to talk. This comes out of a request that we do have a board development on how we handle new proposals. And I'm going to introduce the beginning and give you a little historical perspective, and then they're going to take it away. And if you have any questions at the end, we're open to questions. If you ever want to do some historical reading on this, go back to a board report in October 2022. And then you will see why we're doing this presentation. So our newest member is Danette Verworth, and she is incredibly gifted on IT. So I'm so glad we hired her, if only for that reason. But she's also very competent and lovely and fitting in very, very well. And she is going to be monitoring the voices, or our slides, and she will also give a part. I gave her a really long part to kind of have an overview of the total of our proposal process. So I'm going to give you a little introduction, and then we're going to bring Virginia on. She is the first contact for programs who want to start a nursing program. And she could tell you stories, but she's going to begin and talk about that early part and how she gets them ready to write a proposal. Danette is going to look at the total timeline. It's going to sound repetitious later because you're going to get the details from Beverly Skloss and from Lisa Donnelly. So that's how the presentation will go. But if you were to look back at that report from October 2022, we started in 2006 documenting in a table the process for new programs being approved, when they were approved, and what happened to them over time. And the report for every board meeting was getting so long that it was 10 pages, 11 pages. So Chris had a brilliant idea that we do it for a 5-year period, the most recent 5 years. When I went back and looked at that last report we did on all the new proposals since 2006 to 2000, what was the last year? I can't remember what the last year was, but there were 93 programs had been approved in that period. So, go on, yeah. So the increase in programs was the thing to make us relook at our process. At the time we were relooking at it, I had in my office about 10 proposals sitting around that had been sitting there for a long time, very thick. So I went through them, and if they were more than a year old, I wrote them and said, your proposal is no longer active. And we went to the 1-year time. So the way that we got to the 1-year period was with board help. And the board members had some suggestions, and we put those together and developed a new process where, and Danette will go over this process, where it would, during a year, the proposal would come in from start, the first proposal, to board presentation. And I think you have the impression sometime that we get a proposal and we bring it here. No, we put it through a scrutiny, and we'll discuss that scrutiny. And some of them don't make it beyond first base. If the proposal is so poor, we've sent some back with their money. So, and then sometimes they want to keep trying, and we allow them that. There is an application fee, and that application fee is $2,500. That fee was developed by one of our staff, who was one of the consultants, and he figured the average number of hours that it would take to process a proposal from beginning to end based on an hourly base of like $50 an hour, and it was $2,500. Next slide. I told Kathy she's going to be on the screen this morning. This is the board group in 2012 that really helped developed some of our new thinking about handling a proposal. So you'll see a couple of familiar people. Dr. Benton was actually the president of the board, and Kathy Shipp was one of the board members. I don't see any others that are still on the board. Kathy Lederhart, all right, very good. All information was very helpful to us. So now we're going to move on to Virginia. Let's see if we can bring Virginia into the picture. We can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wonderful. Well, good morning to everyone, and thank you so much for allowing me to participate virtually. And we want to talk about how does this proposal development process start. The first contact is a telephone call from a representative of an educational entity telling us that they want to start a new nursing program in Texas. What do they do? What is the very first step? So we will ask the name of the school, where is the school located, what level of education does the school plan to offer? Is the school approved by Texas Workforce Commission? And this is critical because every educational entity in Texas must be approved by TWC prior to beginning operation. If the school is planning to award a degree, they must be authorized by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, or THEB. Does the school have national accreditation? And an example of this would be ABHES, the Accrediting Bureau of Health Education Schools. Does the school have regional accreditation? In Texas, that would be SAC-COC, which is the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. Next step, please. Next slide, please. Sorry. So the informal information session is just a wonderful venture. And this began years ago. Jackie Ballesteros and I have been offering the informal sessions since 2012. So to go back to the initial telephone visit with the school representative, we asked them to send a formal letter of intent to the board, giving us basic information, the contact data for the proposal author, who should be the proposed program director, the level of education, vocational nursing, associate degree, or baccalaureate, the proposed start date, the number of students they wish to enroll in the initial cohort, and the location of the program. During this visit, we also advised the caller that they are required to attend an informal information session, as well as attend a quarterly board meeting. And we direct the caller to the board website. On the home page, under the education heading, there is a section entitled Starting a Nursing Education Program. And in this section, they are provided information about the informal information session, as well as how to register for it. And these sessions were developed to offer interested parties an informal opportunity to learn about the proposal development process. And many questions are asked and answered during these workshops. They are 2-hour virtual sessions and held twice yearly. The 2025 informal information sessions will be offered on March 4th and August 19th. from 1 to 3 in the afternoon. And you're certainly invited to attend as board members. We would really welcome your participation. As I stated, Jackie Ballesteros and I have been offering these sessions since 2012, and these began due to a very large number of inquiries from stakeholders about how to develop and submit a successful program proposal. And board leadership determined it would be more efficient to have group sessions twice a year. And this was just a beautiful plan. It has worked out so well. Initially, they were provided as face-to-face in the hobby building, and it was a casual environment for the participants to explore the process and have their questions addressed at the time. And this resulted in very rich discussions. Attendance has grown significantly since that first workshop, which had 6 attendees. In October 2020, due to the global pandemic, we pivoted to a virtual format. And this has allowed more individuals to participate due to the ease of attending. No travel expenses, no extended time away from work. And it's also allowed further staff at the college to attend, and not just the proposal author. Administrators and prospective faculty members also attend. And it's wonderful for everyone to be fully advised about the board rules and our process. The 2024 sessions were very well attended. In March 2024, 25 individuals attended, representing 10 different schools. And in August 2024, 21 individuals attended, representing 15 different schools. Next slide, please. Now here are the agenda items. We talk about the Board of Nursing, the structure and the function of the board. And if you look at the mission of the Board of Nursing and limit it to 2 words, it is public protection. And we want proposal developers to have this in mind from the very beginning of their process. We talk about the board members and how you are appointed and approved to serve in your position, and how diligently you review any documents you're provided. The proposal development process, of course, is why all of the attendees are there. Criminal background checks. Many people are not aware that developing a new nursing program is a serious legal process and requires adequate expertise and resources. We conduct a deep dive into Board Rule 214, which oversees vocational nursing education, and Board Rule 215, that governs professional nursing education. Each of these rules has 14 elements. And in February 2004, the Board of Nurse Examiners and the Board of Vocational Nurse Examiners merged. Prior to that time, LVNs were accountable to practice according to a Title Act. And since 2004, the education team has worked diligently to ensure alignment of the 2 rules. And then we discuss proposal content and their guidelines to address that. And we talk about the differentiated essential competencies. These need to be woven throughout the curriculum of each program. hoping that patient safety advocate will be in each part of the nursing program. Next slide, please. Oh, back one, please. The resources for writing a proposal are all available on our website, and this is to afford accessibility and transparency. And we tell them at the beginning of the informal information session, everything we will talk about in those 2 hours, every bit of information is on the board website. Education guideline, it's 3.1.1 that describes the proposal to establish a new pre-licensure nursing education program with an accompanying application. The resource packet, this offers a step-by-step manual. It's very easy to follow, very straightforward. Position statement 15.16 again describes the process, and it delineates the key considerations for developing a new program, and it describes the board standards as we require adequate and appropriate human, fiscal, and physical resources, including qualified faculty and appropriate clinical learning experiences. And this is to initiate and sustain a nursing education program that will prepare graduates to practice competently and safely after licensure. And again, the board rules 214 and 215, we advise the proposal authors to become intimately familiar with those because they give the qualifications for the program director, faculty, what is required in the program of study, clinical learning experiences. And then Rule 217.11, standards of nursing practice. And at these sessions, we stress the importance of nursing as a trusted profession, and we advise schools to include Rule 213.27, good professional character, in their initial meeting with students. The Gallup poll has consistently rated nursing as the most trusted discipline, and we want to ensure that legacy continues. And we want the students to know before entering the program what is required to be a nurse. And then again, the differentiated essential competencies. And the proposals usually provide a crosswalk, so that can be clearly stated. And I'd like to share that through the years, the evaluations of these informal information sessions have been highly positive. And we've had representatives from national nursing programs attend this session in Texas, and they have consistently shared that no other state offers this, and they are so appreciative of what the Texas Board of Nursing does to provide guidance. We help to interpret the rules, and we want to ensure they understand how to develop a successful proposal. We don't offer any other advice, but we want to help them understand board rules. And now it's my pleasure to turn the session over to Dr. Danette Verwart. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayers. So I'm going to reference a couple things that Dr. Ayers just talked through and then walk through the timeline as well. So after submitting a letter of intent and securing a qualified director, then the writing proposal process can begin. And it's essential to have one faculty member involved in the development of the proposed curriculum, their expertise helps to meet academic and professional standards. As Dr. Ayers mentioned, we reference the Board of Nursing Education guidelines in the new proposal packet, and then there is board involvement with the proposed programs where they attend a board meeting. This helps them to get valuable insight onto how decisions are made by the board. And then they attend the information session that Dr. Ayers just described. And it's an opportunity for them to ask questions of experienced board staff. And then additionally, if applicable, they get approval from the Texas Workforce Commission or the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. And an approval letter or a certificate from these agencies is included in the final proposal, and then board staff maintain communication with these agencies as well and can help in determining the status of their approval. So next, the receipt and the application. Dr. Ayers mentioned a little bit about that. We get a completed application with a fee, and then we issue an acknowledgement that we received those things, and then it goes to two education consultants are assigned reviewing of the proposal. And this is where a lot of the work really begins. So there's a primary reviewer, and they're responsible for leading the review process, and a secondary reviewer completes an independent review. And then a detailed list of what's considered essential items in that review is going to be reviewed by Dr. Donnelly in the next couple of slides. So we get a lot of questions about the timeline of proposals and how long, reasonable expectations of how long things should take. So I'm going to walk through the timeline. Really, it can take about 9 to 12 months depending on consultant workload and the quality of the proposal itself. So in the first month, we receive the proposal. One education consultant will review it and make sure that all the essential components are there. And if any of them are missing, they get sent back to the proposal author. In the second month, if all the essential pieces are in place, then that's when those two independent reviews are done by the consultants. Next, the consultants offer their feedback to the program, and this often includes a conference call with the program, explaining our feedback and if there's any revisions that need to be made. And then months 3 through 6, in any time but before the 6th month, that's when the minor and major revisions are required of the program and that they've been addressed by the authors and received back. So an iterative process of that they're taking the feedback we give and resubmitting it applied with the feedback. Then two education consultants review that revised proposal for compliance with board rules. And we really focus on the compliance with board rules as we look at the proposals. In the months 7 and 8, during this timeline, we work with the authors to complete any final revisions and anticipate the most likely date for presenting to the board. And in months 9 to 12, that's when we are in the final stages of preparing for the board. And if the consultants do not recommend the program to the board, the program can still proceed to the Board of Nursing and without a consultant recommendation, or they can withdraw their proposal. So a brief overview. The processing of the proposal allows for a 1-year timeline, beginning from the date of when the proposal was first received by board staff. And the program can submit up to 3 drafts of the proposal, meaning if they send it to us and it needs some work, we can send it back. They still have a year within that time frame to revise. And then final submission is the completed fee, a completed application, and sent on a USB drive. And now I'll hand it off to Dr. Donnelly to share about the essential elements required in the proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Verwoerd. As you, I'm sure, are aware, we receive a lot of information, and it's hard to really condense this information. However, we use a wonderful template that our recently retired colleague developed, Gail Varnell, that is just so helpful to us, and that's what we all use, and we're so appreciative to her for doing that. So I'm just going to go over the components required in the proposal. There are many requirements that the proposal must have, including evidence there's a need in the community. Why would you develop a proposal if there wasn't a need? So this information is usually found from the Texas Center for Workforce Studies, and that way that you could identify there's, in fact, a need for nurses in the community. There is a shortage, per chance. A survey of healthcare facilities in the community is completed to determine this as well. How many unfilled nursing positions are there? This is all important information that we look at to see if there's an actual need in the community, and there is a need for the program. The program must have a qualified director. This means the proposed director should meet all qualifications for the program director as specified in our rules. There must be at least one faculty member identified, and there must be faculty available to teach as well. The curriculum must comply with Rules 214.9 and 215.9, which is the program of study. There must be adequate clinical practice sites available and signed clinical contracts as well. There should also be a plan for collaboration with other nursing programs in the area. There must be a total program evaluation plan in place for these new proposals. The budget, physical learning environment should be adequate to sustain and begin the program. The student and faculty handbooks should also be provided. Next slide, thank you. So proposals that are incomplete will not go forward in the review process. If one or more of these essential items is missing, the program will be advised and given a choice to either have the application fee returned and stop the process altogether, or to continue the process by submitting the essential elements that are missing. And this may require a whole new complete proposal. If the application fee is returned, the proposal must be submitted anew with a new fee as well. It must include all previously missing items, and that 1 year would begin anew as well. If the initial proposal does include all essential items, as Dr. Verwort mentioned, 2 education consultants will review the full proposal in detail to determine that guidelines were followed and that all requirements set forth in Rule 214 and 215 have been established. Board staff may suggest revisions or additions to the proposal to add clarity to the information that was provided. Next, thank you. After changes are made, a second revised submission of the complete proposal must be received by the 6th month of the year-long process. This final proposal shall be provided in one PDF, one single USB, and it must be received by board staff at least 2 months before the targeted board meeting to allow a final review and formatting. The proposal is then submitted online to board members about 6 weeks, hopefully, prior to the board meeting. During the process, the proposed program director should provide education consultants with regular updates of the progress. Board staff may request additional information to ensure the program is complete. Education consultants may schedule an in-house or virtual consultation with the proposal author when the proposal is determined to be near readiness for the board presentation. Depending on the circumstances, board staff may conduct an on-site or virtual survey visit or request a video of the facilities even before you all see the proposal. Next slide, please. So here's the role of the education consultants. What we can do when clarity is needed, an education consultant may request the proposal author explain information a little bit further. To assist the proposal authors, an education consultant can interpret the rules, we can answer questions, and we can make suggestions. Of course, monitor progress along the way. Thank you. However, we may not edit or assist in the writing of the proposal, coach the program author, advise on business matters or other recommendations for faculty, staff, external consultants, or clinical settings. So next, Ms. Gloss will discuss additional information specific to the reviews.
Thank you, Dr. Donnelly. As mentioned before, 2 education consultants will conduct a comprehensive review of each proposal, and we use the written tool and template that Dr. Donnelly mentioned for, when we're doing our review. And this is based on the rules. This tool is based on the rules of differentiated essential competencies, sound educational principles, and the resources provided for new program proposal authors. This tool helps us, and it helps the authors too when we go over that with them, which I'll be talking about here in a minute. And again, Dr. Varnell did this for us several years ago, and it's been very valuable to all of us. The completed analysis of the proposal is then sent to the proposed program director. Areas that need to be addressed are identified on the tool. Once the proposed director has reviewed the document, we typically schedule a conference call, Teams meeting, whatever it may be, to answer any questions that arise based on our feedback. And we use that tool, let them go through it and, write down their questions and talk about what, I know they usually have a lot of questions for us. A lot of times they don't. Sometimes proposals are great and sometimes they're not so great. So, and I'll mention some of those here in a minute. We ask that the proposal is sent to us no later than the 8th month in the proposal process, because we have to finalize it and, recommend it for approval or not. So we like to have it by that time. Next slide. When we review a new proposal, if we identify a quality of writing issue, we make notes on the document in the tool that we use. So when we meet with the proposed director, we let them know that these issues exist. We ask them to review the proposal again for quality of writing. Our recommendation is that we would like for the proposal to be as pristine as possible with no errors and so forth. Once we receive the final version of the proposal, it is again examined to ensure all elements are included, that the bookmarking is adequate, and that the proposal is ready to be placed as a document for all of you board members to review. As some of you know, these proposals can be very lengthy, and most of the time they are. There's also a written board report summarizing the proposal that's also, with the proposal. Next slide. So the new proposal is scheduled for consideration at a quarterly board meeting. Each proposal has a formal hearing where the proposal director and proposed director and the other administrators of the school appear before the board to present the highlights of the proposal, to show support for the new program, and to answer any questions from board members. A draft board order is included as part of the board report. This draft will include the decision for approval and indicates the number of students a new program is allowed to enroll and other requirements as necessary. The board order is only a draft, and based on the decision of the board may be changed to indicate the final approval parameters. Sometimes a proposal is denied by the board. When this occurs, the entity must wait 12 months from the time of the denial before submitting a new proposal for consideration. Next slide. An in-person survey visit to view the facilities may be conducted, like Dr. Donnelly mentioned, prior to the presentation of the proposal to the board. And we try to do this. It doesn't always happen, but we do require pictures or a virtual tour also of the facility. As part of monitoring new programs, an education consultant will make an in-person survey visit after a program has opened and classes are in progress. Other monitoring will be based on the board order. Some examples I wanted to tell you about briefly of poor quality proposals that we have received that are never presented to the board. One of them was 14 pages long. So you can imagine, yes, that you never see. So I thought I would mention that one. We had one that the proposed program director was not qualified according to board rules. We had one that another school's information was part of the student handbook, like somebody had copy and pasted and you could tell it had been copied and pasted into it. So those are ones that you never see, but you know, we still have to review them, which takes a lot of time to do, but it's always interesting what we run into. So thank you. And now I'll turn it over to, I believe, Dr. Hooper.
So sometimes the proposal doesn't actually follow the guideline, or it's a very poor proposal. And we do tell them that they may choose to either go before the board themselves to support their proposal, or we will not recommend approval. So they have to make a choice. I remember one program a few years ago had a very poor proposal, and we got to the end and I said, well, we will take this to the board, but we will not recommend approval, and you are welcome to be there to support your own proposal. And they wanted to do that. A board report was written, we were set up, and then the last minute they decided no, they were going to pull it. The end of the story is that turned out to be one of the programs that is a fraudulent program now in Florida. So we try to be very cautious. Proposals that are stopped or denied have to wait 1 year before they can submit anything new to us. Otherwise, they would turn around and submit the same thing again to us. So we've tried to set a process that would be timely for us, would help us. Next slide. 2 programs during the past few years have elected to withdraw their proposals. One program was denied due to the number of requirements for monitoring. We did recommend approval, but we wrote in a lot of monitoring activities, and the board decided if there was that much monitoring needed, they couldn't approve it. And then an in-house proposal with no activity for 1 year is considered inactive. So if they don't continue with working on the proposal, then they are dropped because the information they put in originally is no longer relevant. In April, you will see at least 2 new programs come before you. We're working on those. We have 2 more that are heavy in review right now. I'm not sure they will be. Often when we get a proposal, the programs think they're going to start the next month, so they get slowed a bit. I do suggest if you can attend the information session with Dr. Ayers, it would probably be worth your while. All of the consultants are involved in reading proposals, so none of us are free from that activity. As you've seen, some proposals don't always follow our recommendations. We can tell them that we see a lot of grammatical errors or things like that, but often we don't see changes when they send the final proposal. We do know that the length of the proposals is arduous for you as it is for us. And Dr. Vornell did prepare a template for them to write into. And I'm not sure how much we've used that. We need to give that some try. So if you see something that looks a little different, we're trying an approach that will force them to put the information in certain sections. And then you will know if it is there, and it might not quite be so arduous for you. Most programs do submit syllabi, and I find if their syllabi are consistent with each other, you can look at one or two and get the information you need to determine if their syllabi are adequate or not. So, what questions do you have for us?
I have a question, Madam President.
All right.
Hi. Thank y'all so much. This is so helpful. But it just makes me think that the fee needs to be much greater than it is. I do have a question, though, on slide number 10 and slide number 12. A little bit conflicting. I'm just a little confused about at what point do they submit their application fee. For example, on 10 it says the proposal should be accompanied by the application and the $2,500 fee. And then when you go to 12, it says the final proposal is submitted with application fee. At what point is that fee submitted?
The fee has to come in with the first draft of the proposal. And there can be up to 3 drafts. If the proposal needs a lot of work, we suggest to them, and they may send a second proposal in. And then toward readiness, there are often a few other suggestions we have to perfect it, and that may be the third proposal. And that's when we want that, at least by the 8th month. There's always a lot of drama, as Patricia will confess. I don't know if she's in the room. And getting the last thing in the right order that it can be presented to the board. Because, we try to get those to you at an earlier time. And there's just a lot of drama, a lot of phone calls and panic at the last
that fee's
minute.
coming with that first initial, before y'all even do a cursory review, right?
Yes, that
Good.
fee has
Okay.
to come in.
Good,
Yes.
thank you.
If
Yes,
it
we do
is
not
so
do it.
poor
Sorry.
that we don't want to proceed, we send the money back.
But we keep the fee. If we have to review the whole proposal, that fee stays. That's what I was going to say, and that fee has to be in before we'll ever do the comprehensive full review. Yes. It's a lot.
Madam President, let me add to that. I agree, like that $2,500 for what y'all doing as a courtesy, and then you return the whole fee. I mean, in academia, if I get in a class and after, census date, I decide, oh, this class isn't for me, the school is not going to give me 100% of my tuition back. I get a portion because I've used, resources, and the instructor, it's just
Yeah.
to give it all back.
We've
That's
had
a lot
them
because you've done a lot of work
Yes.
into it to be able to say, no, this is not going to work.
We've
It's
had
just-
them tell us, we paid you the money. They think that they're paying us for a job.
Well, I've been here for a long time. When I first came, they charged hardly anything.
Right.
And I was one of those that was like, no, this is way too much. I think it was like $250. I mean, it was something that was just so, and that was like, that you're getting 50 cents an hour or something for what you were doing. And so I was so glad that we got it up to that. But I'm the same way if you're already having something, but Dr. Hooper has such a kind spirit.
And they should understand it because they're academia and they know that the schools don't give money back to students when they've started the class. And it gets down to, 50% or you get nothing, So it's just odd that they would argue that.
I have a question. Do you see a trend year to year to year now that this is more standardized in its process? For example, do you see X number who start down the road toward acquisition consistently every year and then drop out? Or it's every year just a brand new year?
Can you clarify
Okay,
that,
so
if you don't mind?
got every year, do you have 25 schools, just hypothetically, 25 schools who seek accreditation and 10 of them don't succeed? Is that a consistent trend year to year, or is it all over the board?
I think it's all over the board. I would say it's all over the board. I don't think there's any rhyme or reason to it, or
Sure.
consistent or inconsistent. Yeah, you never know. But it's amazing sometimes. You think some people wake up one day and say, I'm going to start a nursing school.
Right, right.
And
Because
maybe
there's a
they had a flight
shortage.
school, or maybe they had, something,
Right.
dog training school or something, and they decided to do a nursing school. But this has happened. So just, it's interesting.
So
I
what's
just
been
get, go ahead.
What's been the largest number in recent times of programs who don't reach success?
Okay. That I don't have a number on. Dr. Hooper, or
10 to 12?
It's not a really large number.
Okay.
But we don't just automatically bring them to you.
Right.
And the other thing you need to understand for the educators, we are not grading a paper.
Right.
If we were, the grades might not quite be there.
So in recent times, recent years, how many schools have started the process and completed the process? Round numbers.
Good question. I wonder if Dr. Ayers has that number. Do you know, Chris?
Actually, it's in our annual report, which we'll talk about today. We capture the past 5 fiscal years, how many new programs have been approved of each type. And just real quick, I can tell you 23 from FY 2020 to 24. And let's see, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 last year.
If you go back and read that October 2022 board report 3.2.1, you will see that when we were keeping that really long log, we kept a history of what happened to them. And on the first page, I think all the programs closed. So a high percentage of them don't make it more than a few years. They have good intentions, but it's very hard to be successful in nursing education. As you know, it takes a lot of work.
The informal information sessions seem to be a touch of reality to these individuals because, as Beverly stated, some people just wake up one day and say, I want to start a nursing education program, and they have no idea. But when they come to the informal information session, they're usually caught off guard by the criminal background check. And they understand the legal process as well as we compare it to writing a dissertation. This is going to be a 9 to 12 month process. And there's a lot of back and forth between the proposal author and board staff. It is not easy. It's a huge undertaking. And my experience being here a while has been that this informal information session has been a very solid gatekeeper. And individuals who aren't able to establish a pre-licensure nursing education may want to start a nurse aid program or something at a different level.
And Virginia, you must tell the dog groomer story.
Oh, this was my favorite experience years ago. And this was when they were face-to-face meetings in the hobby building, and a gentleman called, and the more I visited with him on the phone, I thought, I don't know that he really needs to come to this meeting, and he insisted that he was competent to do this. He had written a successful dog grooming curriculum for TWC. So he came, and halfway through, well, we had frequent breaks, and at the first break, he left. We looked up, and he was no longer in the audience. So I think he understood what an overwhelming task this is. And he was certainly not prepared. But we have all kinds of individuals who want to establish a nursing program. They're aware that there's a critical shortage of nursing, and it may appear to be a good financial plan, but it's been very interesting.
I know. Do you remember? Surely you do. The lady who came and had a program. I'm thinking it was LVN, but I'm not for sure. But they were just going to have the students share the textbooks from the library.
Oh, yes.
And so,
yes.
I mean, the looks on our faces were, yeah, we'll have 5 or 6 books for 20 students or something, and so, and then the ones that had their lab were in the chapel of the church. And
yes, I do remember that one. I visited that program 3 times. Yes, it was amazing.
Yes.
And Madam President, there was also the proposal that was totally plagiarized from another proposal. And we caught it. It just so happened that Dr. Robin Caldwell was one of the consultants, and she had the original proposal in her office, and she had a great memory. And we received another proposal, and Dr. Caldwell went in her office, and we looked at the documents side by side, totally plagiarized. It was shocking. So we try to be very careful not to bring you anything that is not worthy of your time.
Well, thank you. You've done a great job. This has been really good. I have a question, and you may have said it and I missed it, and I apologize if I did, but about the decks. You know, when I'm in national conversations at national council, I'm like, why doesn't everybody have a DEX? I mean, and I'm like, and it's out there, and everybody knows Dr. Hooper because she's amazing on the national level, but it just makes it so easy.
Yes, and this dates back to the 1980s when the legislation did a very good thing, and they required that the nursing board develop competencies for the nursing programs. And at that time, they spent a good bit of time developing those. So those are the competencies for the 3 levels of nursing education: vocational, associate, and baccalaureate degree. And over the years, they've been revised a few times, but they do a beautiful job of showing the differences in the level of knowledge at each of those practice levels and the scope of practice. Some programs use those as a guide, and they plan their clinical objectives around those decks. There's a lot of detail in that document if you've looked at it. One of the programs I visited told me that their senior students are assigned a deck, one of the competencies, and for a project, they must present to their class members what that means to them and how they have used it in their nursing program in the clinical area. I thought that was brilliant.
Right.
But it has to come down to that. What does this mean to your program, and how are you going to implement it?
So have you shared it at National Council? I mean, like, for them to have the presentation on that too?
They're aware of it. I'm not sure we've gotten at the point where they've really looked at it in depth.
I just was thinking in our president's meetings when everybody is like, what do we do? How can we increase the standards and everything? And I'm like, well, the DEX helps us in Texas, but I didn't know
So
if that had
when,
been.
when we do a revision, and I've been here long enough, so I've been through a few revisions, we have to pull up all the new standards in nursing practice and education, new processes, new practices, what's really going on in practice, to make sure those are the things that are required of the DEX. And then at the same time, we look for areas that can be removed because they're outdated. So they're kept up to date. And programs use them in different ways. We don't prescribe to them. When at one point, we ask everyone to tell us how they use the DEX, but we got such voluminous information back, we haven't done that again.
Mhm. Mhm.
And, you know, the CCNE, AACN now have a new essentials.
Yes.
And when we were doing the last revision, we did make sure that there was no conflict in what the essentials were and what our DEX are.
And there's been a struggle with rolling out those new essentials. They gave us different times, and I talked to Joan Stanley about, you know, when it was going to be official and all. And when she told me last year, they didn't have a date. I don't know that y'all have heard a date, but they made it sound like it was going to be next month, and that was several years ago. So I always felt like our decks were really solid. So thank you for that. You had a question?
No, I have a comment. As a new board member, I just want to thank you all so much for this presentation. It was very helpful, and my compliments on your process. Just amazing. Having worked with a group that applied for a new charter school to TEA, the process was very similar. I understand why we get 100 and some odd pages in the application, as it should be. And particularly that information session, I know that helped us a whole lot of understanding the complexity of what you're doing when you're applying for a new education program. So kudos and thank you. It inspires confidence when you come to the board with saying, we approve this or recommend this application.
I did want to say, It seems as though, since I've been here, we're seeing more of these year over year be presented, put forth, requested, and that currently we're working on 3 or 4. We're looking at 3 or 4 now currently. So it just seems like we're getting more of these. Virginia may have the numbers, but and Chris is going to explain. I guess it's in the documents provided as well. But it just does take a lot of time. But we have a great team. We work together, and it really is so helpful that we have 2 education consultants review these as well. So thank you for that.
I agree with Lisa. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Virginia.
I agree with Lisa. And the proposals seem to come in waves. We'll have the information session and months will go by, and then all of a sudden we will receive several. And it is just the best part of my job to read a well-written, pristine proposal. I just get lost in it. It is so much fun. And recently I can name 4 proposals that were lovely. And I just think every day, this is my employment. I get to read these and review these proposals. How wonderful. So I think we all enjoy reviewing the good ones.
I am really glad to hear that reviewing these 700-page documents brings someone joy. I have a question about the programs that close, that become unsuccessful. And Dr. Hooper, you mentioned that the old report would have a whole page of them. And I wonder, as I think about this as a board member, is there something that we, the collective we, are missing that sort of is a little bit of a warning signal? They're compliant with 214 or 215, but there's some warning signals on the very front end because while I recognize we have a shortage and we certainly need to educate high-quality nurses, have you guys had the bandwidth to do a bit of an analysis? And I know some of it is, very simple things that are completely out of the control of the Board of Nursing. But if there are aspects of, are we missing something in our rules? Do we need to go back and think about rules that aren't need to be amended or whatever, so that we're doing the best we can for these new fledgling programs to set them up for success?
I think a big red flag is if they plan to have like 4 or 5 admissions every year. And that is the flaw in a lot of new programs. They want to grow really fast. Or they open up a program and nobody comes.
I think that has something to do with faculty. A lot of times what you see is faculty moving from one program to another. And what we see a lot when we're out on survey visits or in dealing with our programs is faculty turnover and not enough faculty. So I think that in itself becomes an issue. And then the number 2 thing we have to look at, it depends on the area where they're going to put the program in, is your clinical sites, and the various clinicals that are required. So those are the 2 things. Even before anything like Dr. Hooper mentioned, we really have to think about that. We need nurses. We certainly do, but it does not help to pull from one program to a different program for the number of faculty. So how do we deal with that? We do question programs about that if we see that, they're in an area where there's a lot of programs. So I thought I'd just give you that information because those seem to be the 2 things we see.
I guess my ask as a board member would be if there's something that the board needs to do, take action in order to set these programs up for even better success. And I recognize we have far more successful programs than we have the handful that don't do well. But it's a lot of work for you guys, a lot of work for us, but it's really impactful for the communities, the students, the administration, et cetera, when we have a program that closes. And if there's a theme there that, gosh, maybe if we did this thing different on the front end, we could have mitigated that in some way. That would be the ask.
a few years ago, I have the privilege of being on a committee at NCSB, and we were looking for the quality indicators in nursing education, not rules, quality indicators. And we did come up with 18, and this was from 3 different kinds of surveys across the country. But 2 really leading ones, and this is going to back up what Beverly said. First of all, a leader who is going to stay there. When you start having a change in director every 6 months or 8 months, that's a problem. And also faculty that are going to stay there. So you have to think about what kind of environment would encourage people to stay in their job. And one is administration that's going to back them up and let them run the show.
And how well they're collaborating with other schools in the is also important. I know San Antonio has a lot of new schools specifically, but they seem to have a great collaborative environment there. You know, if they have to get clinical sites on nights and weekends, that's what they have to do. So working together within the community, within those area schools is also very helpful, I've found as well.
I was going to say one thing that in my amount of time being here that you hear me push for is decreased enrollment initially and increased monitoring. And we didn't monitor as much, and they got into trouble. And then we were like, oh, and then we were sending y'all out, and this before COVID, and, you know, visits and reports and everything. And so front loading that, I think has made a difference. It's more work for you guys, but we stay on top of it. And that, I think, has been because we owe it to the students to see how they're doing from the beginning.
We have a good process for approval. So if a program's NCLEX drops below 80%, one time they have to write a self-study and analyze what's going on in their program. Much of the time they find the problems and they improve and they do better the next time. Second time they go on warning and we visit them to see what we can learn or what they said in their self-study, how is that going? So that's the first, we give them time and work. But you heard Tarleton, I mean, they were extremely upset to be put on conditional. And I think the way you handled that was beautiful.
I'd like to add that, you know, as Dr. Hooper mentioned, the first year a program has a pass rate below 80, they do a self-study, and they submit a report of that self-study to board staff. The consultant who works with that program, you know, reviews that study. But one thing we do is we review all of them holistically together each year and analyze that and publish that in a report that you'll see on the agenda once a year. And so the synthesis of that is really what helps us look at, you know, the risk factors. Do we need to amend rules? If so, what are they? Do we need to add new risk factors to our rule that we use when we have a program that the proposal meets the minimum rule requirements, but there are some things in there that maybe smell a little funny that we know through the experience of, unfortunately, other programs that had a tough year, that we could hopefully protect against that. So we'll continue that process each year because there probably will be some new things. I mean, we are well versed in the leadership turnover, the ballooning of enrollment, the lowering of grade standards, you know, all of those things are very short term, but have horrible long-term consequences that we try to, you know, warn programs and advise them. And then the other thing I wanted to say is that, as you can probably imagine, the whole process of proposing a new program from the consultant perspective and staff perspective, there's a lot of managing expectations. And the team does a remarkable job of that, from a proposal that's very unsophisticated and really needs a lot of consultation to the pristine proposal who, you know, wants that program open tomorrow. You know, a lot of times we'll get an invitation to meet with, you know, upper leadership of the institution. And, the consultants are working with the program proposal. So we try not to have this disparate communication. We try to keep it all in one voice, so that everyone has the same expectation communicated.
Well, thank you. Anything else, members? This has just been great. It is just so good. You guys live and breathe this. We leave and we come back every 4 months, and then we read like crazy before our meetings and try to act like we know what we're doing. So that's why me asking about the decks, I was like, okay, I can't pull that knowledge forward at this moment. And so thank you for being kind to us and gracious if we ask lots of questions or we even ask some of the same ones again. And we do appreciate that you guys are the workers doing that, and we come in and pick up, and you're there all the time. And that also is a good plan for this, because the governor has awarded us the job to look at this, because you guys are in the trenches and we are out here. And that's also why I love the fact that we have consumers and practice and education and all kinds of skill levels coming in and bringing that in. And I think you can see even some of the questions that we have from our members that are different, because it's a good skill mix. So thank you for doing this for us, and thank you for all of our reports and all the new staff. We're so glad you're here, and we do appreciate that very much. So anything else? So good job. And Virginia, we miss you. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm waving.
Oh, yes. And thank you to IT for setting this up. I know it took some extra time and effort, and I'm so appreciative that they were just so kind and dealt with me. My technology skills are not the best, and Daryl and Abdi are just terrific. So thank you.
Yes,
it's
great.
really nice to be here, even though it's virtually. Thank you.
That was good work. Thank you.
Rest assured, we're talking to each other all the time.
All the time.
Love technology. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we have to be back by 1 for open forum. So again, downstairs or to the Good afternoon. It is 1 o'clock, and we will be entering into our open forum today. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. Normally, this is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and/or nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of the agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination, and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond the board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending cases. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. Is there anyone here? Okay, and nobody filled out anything? Okay, so seeing no one, hearing no one, there's no one present. I'm now closing the open forum, and the time is 1:03. Thank you. All right, we'll proceed now to, yes, we have some that don't have any reports, so let's move to those. Advisory Committee Task Force. So 5.2.1 Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee. Kathy Shipp and Tim, we do not have anything, so there's no report. 5.2.2 Nursing Practice Advisory Committee. There's no report. To Laura and Christy. Yeah. And then we have 5.2.3 Task Force to Study Implications of Growth of Texas Nursing Education Programs. Okay, so there is no report, and we will have one in April. Okay, so let's move on to 5.3.1A, appointment of board members to attend the National Council mid-year meeting to be held March 11th through 13th, 2025 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then the NLC meeting is the day before, and Kristen is the administrator for that. And then she also discussed the fact that NLC is 25 years old, which is pretty exciting. And Kathy Thomas was very active in getting that started initially, and Texas was one of the first that was in that. And then they decided to update and found that updating was going to be harder than redoing and starting a new compact. And that's the new compact that we have now that you said today is 41 states. The last, 43. Okay, yeah, 43. And the one before got to 24 or 25, and it was very difficult to get members in. They did get the APR compact in, but it had, I think, it had, and so that first one, but it wasn't, I think it had 4, maybe before. And so they went back to redo it. Kathy Thomas was in on all of that all these years, the work and growth of it. So now it's very, very exciting that more states are on board, and we're up to 43, and that's amazing for our nurses and crossing state lines. So what I've tried to do historically, I think it's really important. We talk about National Council State Board of Nursing, which is NCSBN, and until you attend a meeting, you can't really grasp how that it's kind of an umbrella over all the states in regulation, but how it works for regulation with the country, has liaisons for with Washington, D.C., and in on policies, in on conversations, and then as part of that is the NLC with that, and then NCLEX. And so it's just an amazing organization. So what I've always tried to do is get a board member to be able to go. And this time we think in our budget we could take 2. So we've talked to our oldest, newest members are Kathy Boswell and Drew, and they both are going to go to that meeting. But I made sure Maisie was the last one of our older group to go. And I'm a really old of the group.
We're speaking of tenure.
Yes. Yes. So, and Maisie went in August. And so I just usually work through. And so then if you look at your calendars, those of you who are newer to the board, and see if you might want to go to the August annual meeting, we can talk about that and see who that is. And so this is also meant, did you check about the presidents? It is for everyone, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay. So they usually try to have some times like all the presidents meet and all of the executive officers meet on that usually like first or second day. And I chaired that President's Group for 7 years and quit last year. And so it really is a good way for EOs to talk to other EOs and presidents to talk to others and share information for the different states. And they've done a lot of that with Nightingale as well. And so anyway, Kathy was coming and had car trouble and didn't get here. So we miss her at this meeting, but I did talk to her, and so she's going to go, and then Drew thinks he can get it in his schedule too. So that will be that. And there's a little more education talk at this meeting, and just kind of mid-year about what's going on, and then this NLC milestone. So anything else? Okay. So that's not a voting item. And then, do you want to do? Okay. Then we have 5.3.2, Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies Advisory Committee.
Okay, this is just an update. The advisory committee last met on November 20th, and during the meeting, the committee reviewed and approved several reports, including the hospital nurse staffing reports, the long-term care nurse staffing study, the governmental public health nurse staffing study, the home health and hospice nurse staffing study, and the workplace violence against nurses reports, a clinical site summary report, and a clinical training needs survey report. Right now and in the future, they're working on a survey of newly licensed nurses that I believe the Hospital Association and the Nurses Association had requested, and they have established a task force work group to help develop that newly licensed nurse survey, and Dr. Verwort is serving on that work group. So we look forward to that. They're also working on an allied health projections report. And if you've never been to the Workforce Center website, it's definitely worth a visit. There is so much good information about the trends in the workforce, demographics, updated supply and demand models. And they also have a dashboard that lists all of the nursing education programs and a map, graphic with outcome measures, characteristics about each program. So it's a really good resource. We use it all the time. And then, of course, we're most familiar with the education reports that our education team works with every year, works with the center every year to update those surveys, to go out to education programs that we regulate, the pre-licensure programs. They also go out to graduate nursing programs. While we don't regulate those schools, we definitely try to keep on top of, what are their enrollments like and where are they located and what types of master's degrees are they offering. So pay a visit to their website if you have a chance. It's amazing. Yes.
Would you tell us the name of that?
Yes.
site again?
So it's called the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. It's a mouthful.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
So that's 5.3.2.
Okay.
About the committee.
And we'll meet again next month, and we'll be looking at those education program survey reports for professional and vocational nursing education programs. Those surveys go out every October, and so by February, that small but mighty team of statisticians have pulled it all together and put it into a meaningful draft.
I'm always glad there are people who have a brain to do that kind of work. That's not my bailiwick, and I appreciate them so much. So thank you. Okay, the next one that we're going to do is Texas Health and Human Services Commission, the E-Health Advisory Committee, and it's called EHAC for short. And so I've been on that, and we're trying to get Paul to take my place on there, but it is a slow process. There's 7 openings. Ours will be an easy transition. So Paul has been going to some of the meetings, observing them for me, but it is an appointed position. And so the highlights in the last meeting, he and I, neither one could go, but I've gone through the minutes, and I always get the minutes afterwards. And there are 3 parts of subcommittees. Interoperability subcommittee. It's met 3 times since September, and they're looking at, and we want to know about this because the interoperability about in our healthcare, and this comes off of Health and Human Services, image duplication. And so they're seeing that patients will go, and these are our tax dollars, and get somebody, they go somewhere else, and then they have a more x-rays or testing. And so they're really looking at how to pre-authorize better in this arena and cut down on duplication. It's not cutting down on the service, but it's like there's no reason for duplication. They're working on that. One of the huge things that I talked about before, patient matching issues. And people come, and some from other countries that are here, and they say their names different than we do, and we might say that they're Susie Jones, but they're like, I think Iceland does, Susie Jones' daughter's son, or how they add that. And so the names do not match up, and so one person could have 3 charts, and then that adds into that. So they're really looking at understanding cultures, which I think are very, very important, because usually somebody just has one name, or then if you get married, or if you're hyphenating. And so that has been a huge issue. And so it's about duplication and about reducing that to improve the data. If we can really understand really who are we serving and how many are we serving, and really meeting the needs and the cost that's there. So the next subcommittee is telemedicine, telehealth, and telemonitoring. They've met once, and about expansion of services, but it's about training the caregivers and safety intervention of people's care and their data that's there. And so now, January 1st of 25, they have the plan for 2-way audio only. when a patient can't video. And so they haven't been as supportive of just audio. They've wanted more video. And so they're just trying to meet the needs, increase access in the rural areas for sure. We know that's an issue in Texas. And then they're increasing AI discussion, and that's just another whole plethora of information. And then behavioral health is huge. Behavioral health is, we testified. I testified in front of a Senate committee. I was like, I don't think anybody else. It was me. There were a bunch of us who testified for the Senate Committee on Mental Health. So legislators are looking at that. And there was a recent release of statewide children's mental health strategic plan about dealing with mental health. And we know that it's an issue, increase in suicide and all. They've turned in their EHAC biennial report is submitted, and the committee's supposed to end like at the end of this next year. I think it's like 25, but they really think it's probably going to be continued on. And many of their recommendations in that report, HHSC is putting in some of their requests because of the data that they've come up with, and so we may even see some of the work of that committee that ends up being in bills for this session. So, and I look forward to Paul taking this over. Mm-hmm. So they said they know, and they'll be doing it. But when I was put up for it, it was over a year before I was confirmed. So it does move kind of slow. So I appreciate him being back up for me on those times. So it's just it's no action. So do you want to do 4? 5.3.4, report on the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Healthcare Workforce Task Force. No report. Okay. Yay. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're moving into 1.3. If you want to bring that up. Texas Board of Nursing Fiscal Year 2024 Annual Report. I always love this report. It's so good.
We love it when it's finished.
Yeah. No doubt.
Okay, so what you have is an update on our annual report that reports kind of the highlights of the activities for the past fiscal year. And you'll see the narrative breaks down kind of by department, and you have some graphics that lead up to that. Off the top of my head, I don't see that there's anything that's super earth-shattering, alarming. Of course, Nightingale is mixed in there as it continues to add work for the agency. But first, under operations, you can see the licensing trends. The RN population continues to grow, and we're seeing a continuing trend of slight decreases in the LVN population. APRNs still definitely steadily increasing. And then you see a graphic regarding our revenue and expenditures. So our surplus has decreased slightly since fiscal year 23, but we're still operating with a surplus, which is a good thing. And then you see our trends in enforcement. And so one thing I want to mention is that these trends have been pretty stable. There's not a huge change when we look at the past fiscal years with regard to the percentage of nurses with or without current discipline during that fiscal year. Very low. And then the types of cases that result in a board disciplinary order, those categories have been stable over the past few years. Over half, have some relation to use of drugs, alcohol, fitness to practice, And so that really hallmarks or highlights rather the need for TPAPN, for a peer assistance program, to try and provide assistance to nurses to keep them in practice and help them get healthy. Let's see, only about 22% of the types of violations that we consider practice violations account for discipline. And then if you look at our stats for enforcement related to the percentage of cases closed in 6 months, you can see that that's not exactly where we like to be. We reported last year that we were at 74.9, and this past year we're at 74. And that really helps to inform our legislative appropriations request to ask for more positions, to ask for more staff. And we are continuing to allow overtime to help address, this need to get cases closed. And then in nursing education, kind of back to the presentation earlier and the questions, the team reviewed 42 program proposals last fiscal year. That's huge. That is a tremendous amount of work. And you can see how many make it past the finish line. So we did have quite a few proposals last year approved, but it really does make an impact to see how many in total were reviewed. Okay, let's see. And then our pass rate graphic, we continue to be well above the national average for pass rates, which we're very proud of. And let's see. I don't want to read any of this to you. I'm sure you've had a chance to review it. I do want to give a huge shout out to Bruce Holter for his patience and with my umpteen edits as we make this report to the finish line. And all of the staff and directors who contributed to the report, because they know their areas better than anyone, and it's a lot of work. So thank you. And we're open to any questions. I'm sure you have questions.
I have a question. I don't know if this is a Tony or a Kristen question. On the types of cases resulting in discipline, that other unclassified 19%, what types of cases are those? Is that just a mixed bag that doesn't fall into these other categories? The sort of orangish bar on page 3.
Yeah, that's a great question. I don't know if Tony or Danny probably have some insight more than I do. And I'm trying to think of some other non-practice related violations. It could be someone who was practicing on an expired license beyond, 6 months, where we'll wind up issuing discipline. What might be some other examples? But we can look into that and get back to you.
So
obviously the
Operation Nightingale.
I was
would
wondering-
fall into
Oh,
there you
that,
go.
Yeah.
or would it be under deception and
Unfortunately, no, because that's, we're using the education, substantial education versus fraud for most of those cases. Yeah.
It's just that it's a pretty, it's the third highest,
Mm-hmm.
almost the fourth highest.
some of these could be action in other jurisdictions. So
Then you absorb them.
a person gets disciplined in Colorado and they have a license in Texas. We take action based on the Colorado action.
And you wouldn't classify them into the other categories?
No, ma'am. Since it was an
you're not
action
the
in-
home state.
Right. Correct.
Thank you.
just a great report, and the visuals would just make it so easy. When I was reading it, there was something. I think maybe it was. Maybe it was about just, especially the Operation Nightingale explanation, and I thought was good. And about education, I thought was good. Just that whole summary of all those pages there at the end were good. And this isn't the same time for this, but you know, the board bulletin is just excellent. It's just so good. I'm so glad we went to online. We just have so much more. And every time I do that, I assume it's still you, Bruce? Yes? Yes. So one just came out, and it was really, really good. So I think that was under your report, maybe.
Yeah, I usually put a piece in my report about the bulletin, and not to get too far off a rabbit trail, but one of the pieces that Bruce and enforcement and legal worked on was, you'll see there's a story about a scam where, people are, I've never had my signature plagiarized in such a way, but it's very scary, and it's very convincing, and it really catches people off guard, and they want to comply. And we always have something on our website to warn licensees, of the signs of someone who's trying to scam another person. But unfortunately, it has happened. So we just want to get the word out. And that piece is really, I hope it makes an impact.
Any other questions or statements on the annual report, board members?
And directors, is there anything else that you guys wanted to highlight? Okay.
Nothing. I'm looking.
Well, y'all recall the consent agenda had a variety of orders associated with the Operation Nightingale type cases. That's the most orders that have gone out. It's anticipated that some of those will be appealed to district court and attacked, and that's going to be a real learning experience for y'all, I think, to see the processes that happen whenever a board order is then subject to review. And that's happened a few times. It's going to be happening. We assume maybe it's going to be happening a lot more. That's what it's kind of been represented. But the Attorney General's office handles those, and that's a little kind of consistent with sort of our discipline for FY 2025, I think.
And good work, my goodness. And then I guess I was understanding, if there's a new school from Florida, that now we've got 95 more cases.
Oh, potentially.
In one day. That's just in one day. But the last time was over 200 in one day. So, hey, we handled that. Huh, Tony? And John, and Dusty, and the rest of the legal team.
And
So-
Danny is our home run hitter in that.
And Danny, yes. I just remember when those first calls came in, it was like, yeah, just everything we usually do and 200 more cases today. So good work. That is great. So I'm just a little bit amazed at our agenda and schedule. I guess we're going to 6.2. So update on legislative appropriations request, LAR exceptional items for fiscal years 26-27. Hemet?
Kathy, thank you. So members, last summer at the July board meeting, we presented you with a list of exceptional items which y'all approved. We didn't deviate much from your approval into what we submitted for our LAR to the Legislative Budget Board by August 16th. Since August 16th, we've met with staff at the Senate Finance Committee, members of staff, a few staff at the House. Our budget request has been analyzed quite intensively by the LBB analysts. They've asked some very good, intuitive, insightful questions. They've actually prodded our thinking into, questioning more of what we're asking and why, and they helped us to build a depth in our requests as we get into testimony in a couple of weeks. The governor's office has, looked into our budget request. We had a joint budget hearing. Kristen testified before the staff of the governor's office and the Legislative Budget Board. Regarding IT, we've met with key staff at the Department of Information Resources as they fleshed out that IT request in a bit more detail. I'm grateful to all the staff and the team that worked across the agency to respond to these questions, for those who have jurisdiction over us. And what all that resulted in was that on January the 14th, we, all agencies have one last opportunity to update the LAR before you get into budget testimony. And so we did that update. We had quite a short turnaround to do it, but we got that turned in, and that's what we'll go over. But in turning in that update, we also, this was after release of the base budget bill. So for this session, it's Senate Bill 1. Of course, there's HB 1 and SB 1, but it's a Senate bill this year. And so as Kristen mentioned this morning, the great news with our introduced budget for the next biennium is that the Legislative Budget Board went ahead and wrote in the 100% of the funding request for Operation Nightingale, and that's exceptional item number 1. It also corrected a technical error where we were given 6 staff, and then it by mistake reduced it to 3. They fixed all of that, so we don't have to ask for this funding. We do have to cover the cost of the funding by our revenue, and we have the revenue to cover it. So that's great news. I don't think it's too common for agencies just to get, exceptional item requests written into the introduced budget, but, it's a testimony to the hard work of all staff at nursing. And then, I'd like to single out Dusty and John and Danny and Tony for their exceptional responsiveness regarding Nightingale to the Legislative Budget Board, and our LBB analyst, David, who digested their input in a very comprehensive and thorough manner. So yay on that. So in looking at the table, which is the same table that was presented for an LAR update at the October meeting, renewal of education, credential integrity, we have it. And of course, we'll continue to monitor the bill and see what happens to that bill throughout session. There's an accompanying rider that was quite lengthy and extensive. The LBB staff reduced it at our request. The agency had to justify getting the funding by turning in a finding of fact letter, and it's a contingency revenue that the governor and the LBB and the lieutenant governor and the speaker had to approve. That, we're bringing in the revenue. Well, we've proven that. It's been proven once. The justification for Nightingale, no one's questioning it, so they removed that requirement. So the rider was shrunk by a few paragraphs. And then for the 90th session, we go back in again, because they did leave in a provision to re-ask for this in the base budget. But so far, so good. With agency staffing, there were no changes to our update. We kept that at the biennial request of $1.8 million and requesting 15 staff for information technology. So we went in with $5.6 million, and we did, after we turned in this LAR, we did some additional studies with a vendor, Gartner, to explore the vendor space to see what actual real world costs would be for 3 IT projects. That is a brand new website, a new enforcement system. And you heard that beautiful presentation about education program approvals, a new system for that group, right? So we did, they put out an RFI, and thank you to Brian Miller and Abel Martinez for getting that out there from our procurement side. And we got that data back. Gartner put it all together, and we were able to shave off about $880,000 from $5.6 million. So we turned in that update, and we lowered the cost of the IT request by that much. So that is good news. You've heard Kristen talked about the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies. Their request for 2 additional research specialists remains unchanged. So we will go into testimony asking for that funding. For TPAPN, you heard about TPAPN this morning and their need for additional resources. Their funding has remained stagnant for about 6 to 7 years. Brittany's been doing a fine job to enhance their presence and their footprint. So we made no changes to their funding request, but we'll continue to ask for it. The executive director's salary, after the statewide 5 and 10% salary increases that went into effect September 1 of last year, it resulted in a pay compression. So what happens every biennium is that the state auditor's office does a report on executive compensation. Most state agency heads are in a different bunch because they're exempt from the Classification Act, and they work directly for you. So they're handled in a different report, and that report made adjustments to the salary groups. So Kristen is currently in salary group 5. They recommended that the ED for nursing stay at 5. However, they released a supplemental report a month later, and they recommended, because of pay compression, that and this was for across the state, that the cap for her group be increased. And so that was about a $30,000 increase, and she's not paid at her cap, but we're requesting that the cap that the board is authorized to pay her up to, that it be increased to what the recommendation is. And so that was the second change. And then the last change is we introduced a new exceptional item. There's a small entity called the Health Professions Council. They're co-located with us on the 10th floor, and they coordinate and do some sharing amongst all the health regulatory boards: medical, nursing, pharmacy, dental, optometry, PTOT, chiropractic. And so, agencies band together to share services, IT, some Laserfish imaging, website services, for economies of scale, because smaller agencies can't afford a full-time, but you get 12 agencies and there it is. So their funding needs for the next biennium went up by about $56,000. And we made a conforming request. $59,000 for the biennium. We made a conforming request to ask for that appropriation to pay for HBC's increases, cost increases. So again, we lowered the total request by $880,000, and happy to answer any questions. And we testify in a couple of weeks, February 13th. So, That's correct. No, everyone's asking for their share of their HBC costs. Ours is $59,000, and that's to cost increases just for their operating budget. It's for our portion of website services, and the bigger chunk was for Laserfish, the document imaging. Credit to nursing for going online, and all that paper's got to be converted to digital media. And so as we convert more, we need to grow that storage space. It's comes at a price tag. So, but HBC handles that for us. Yes, that's correct. Yeah. Nursing, quite sizable. I think the dental board has more storage needs, but it's a fair assessment of our storage costs. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I wasn't on. Okay, so so you're saying they've increased the cap for the group. She's still in 5,
Mm-hmm.
but the cap has increased in 5.
Correct.
But she wasn't at the top of 5.
That is correct.
We're asking for her to go to the top of 5.
Yeah. So what happens is in the all of the salary groups are kind of at the bottom of the appropriations bill in Article 9.
Mhm.
And so they break out, if you're group 1 through whatever, here's your range. So what we're asking is in that range is where you see the proposal from the state to increase that cap. And I'll give you those amounts. We're asking that cap increase then be reflected up above in our budget, in our bill pattern. And then that gives the board the authority to pay up to a higher amount.
Okay.
So right now, that group 5 is capped at 197,415. And after the state auditor's office studies and recommendations, they increased that, to 203,337. And every salary group saw an increase for executive officers because they were not included in a biennium's worth of state salary increases where hundreds of thousands of state employees got.
Right.
So it's a group 5 with a cap, but the exceptional item has to ask for an amount, right? It doesn't just say either,
Yes.
or you ask authority to go up to the cap.
Where, we're not asking for funding to
Because
go up
we
to
absorb it.
because we absorb it. That's correct. But we do identify what that difference is for the biennium, and that comes out to 63,580.
But so why is 0 on here?
Because we're not asking for state money. We already have that in our operating budget.
Okay. I guess that's just what shocked me. I was
Yeah,
trying to
it's
wrap my
strange.
brain around it. I was
Yeah.
like, wait.
I know you're asking for nothing, but you're not. It's just one of the mechanics of how
Mhm.
the budget is entered.
Okay.
I thought the bill, the appropriations bill, puts a number for the salary.
Yeah, the request is to increase the authority to reflect it in the bill itself, but it doesn't actually add money into our budget. So it's penmanship thing, not a.
I guess I thought it says executive director salary in the Appropriations Act, and then there's a number there.
Yeah. So we're asking for that to be changed to what that same number is in Article 9, where all of the group salaries are, caps are broken out.
Okay.
But have we done it like that before?
I was looking back at prior requests, and certainly the board and, many agencies have asked. It showed up with the same 0, but it was based off of presentation and testimony where the state, the LBB, wrote increases on their own. I didn't see in the last request that there was a dollar amount clarifying what the $0 really means, but the
Mhm.
state went ahead and added it because they look at all executive officers as a group.
Mhm.
And so they're hearing that from multiple agencies so far. And so it's really going to be the testimony
Mhm.
before these committees that will carry the bulk of the water for this request.
Okay. I've just done it for several years. So I was
You
like,
have.
okay, this is not fitting in my brain about how I did it in the past.
Yeah,
But
and
we're
I'll-
really not looking at the same form that we usually look at.
Right. It does look different from what's been turned in before.
Okay.
And Kathy will have these points broken out for you for testimony. So.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So there's no action required. The budget is turned in. The concrete is dried on the LAR. The LAR has been superseded by the analysis by the LBB and the governor's office. This is going back to last fall. By December, the LBB held an event called Boards of Review, where they get sign off from the chairs of the two budget committees and the lieutenant governor, and they wrote in Nightingale, so that's in there, and we can communicate the story, the public service, impact related to Nightingale. We don't have to ask for it, but it's certainly a compelling story, and it helps to support every other item that we have requested in this budget. And so the boards of review then signed off on the introduced state budget. That's been filed as SB1 and HB1, and then we turned in updates to the LAR. That update, which is a micro version of what we spent all summer on, that has now replaced what we did last summer, which is kind of heartbreaking because so much time went into it, but it's okay. And then what's going to happen when Kathy, you and Kristen go up to testify is that our update will be replaced by LBB presentation materials, and we'll get that morning of, and it'll be replaced at the same time by the testimony that we have to turn in by noon next Wednesday to Senate Finance. So the funnel has shrunk, but the the stress and the motivation has increased.
Yes, we've been putting a lot of healthy snacks outside of Himmett's office.
There's no salt in there. There's no artificial flavors.
It was stressful then.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but a great team, and it took a lot of brain power from multiple staff to get it done. But it's
And a
turned out.
color-coded sheet.
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't seen your new one here.
Oh yeah, it's it.
And he does all of these spreadsheets that are, you need double readers
Yeah.
for.
Or we just need a bigger printer. That's all.
Great job. Goodness.
So, board members, one thing you might remember from July and October was, given the substantial amount in that formerly third exceptional item for all the IT enhancements, it could have an impact on renewal fees. And we had projected out what those increases would be and testified to that at the joint budget hearing. Now that total amount for that IT request has lowered, that will be a different impact if we are not approved for an exemption from raising fees, which we are asking for the one-time cost.
Yes.
And Hemmett, you may want to expand on that. I know my explanation is really high level.
Yeah, no, it was perfectly put. We're required as a regulatory agency to cover our expenses. That's why we charge fees, right? We can't be given more money than the revenue that we bring in. And Kristen talked about that chart in the annual report that showed our revenue, expenditures, and then what's left over. And so because the population grows and there's a little bit of ebb and flow, we collect more than we actually spend. And so as we ask more to spend, the collection is there. It's there for Nightingale. It's there for the 15 employees that we're asking for. That comes out to about 1.3 million a year. Currently, we have about 1.5 million in over collections. And I know that can have a bad connotation, but it's just, we could estimate what the next 2 years will be, right? And the population is always going to grow. It's never a hard one-for-one collection. And so it's good. We should, like any business, you'd want to have additional room in your budget. So we can cover Nightingale, we can cover the 15 employees, but asking now for 4.7 million is well in excess of the 1.5 million that we have. So we would ask that the funding for that we be exempted from the requirement to raise fees. And last session there were two agencies who had a pretty, big one-time cost, and the state exempted them from the requirement. So they funded them. Fees didn't have to go up, and that's going to be the same case we're making. If we have to raise fees, it would only be for the biennium, and Lori is working on those numbers right now. And then we would lower the fees once these projects are completed. And all three are one-time projects. They do have ongoing costs for software licensing, maintenance, things like that, but we'll deal with that. They're identified. We'll deal with that at the next session.
But
Well, that's because the law provides that whatever the way the law provides that the agency, if the agency is going to spend the money, they have to raise it. So
Yeah, but
so you'd have to
if
raise.
we're raising licensing fees and then dropping them back down. Is that what I heard?
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, just to pay for 2 years of the IT request.
Because these
Right.
IT requests are
I get it.
one-time costs.
But what I don't get is the nurses that come in and have to pay the higher fee, and then the next cohort comes through and they pay a lower fee.
Yes, the virtue of it would end up
it's
being
a
like
renewal.
renewal. Yes.
But aren't we talking about
Yeah,
$2
but
or $3
still.
per
Yeah. So
5? What?
This still seems inequitable.
yeah, as of what we turned in
And then
last
they're
summer,
not
we estimated that the RN renewal fee would go up.
Before we did that, took it down. Okay, is it?
Yeah.
Is that 12?
Listening? Okay. We estimated that the RN renewal fee would go up $12. LVN,
Years though, but 2 years, not
2 years.
12 per year.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then LVN 7 and APRN 15. But because we shaved off 800,000, that is going to go down. But we're asking for the 100% of that possible impact to be exempted. And, just like last session, there's a surplus. This year, the state's committed to enhance its IT and cybersecurity posture. The education and the enforcement systems are legacy projects. They're quite old. We have systems that are over 12 years old, maybe 20. And then the website's a cybersecurity. We've identified that as a cybersecurity project. They've been labeled, they've been vetted and approved and tagged as such by the state's IT office. And so we're hoping that they can fund that out of, one-time costs and no fee increases. So we'll see what happens in a couple of weeks.
Okay. So pray for us on
Yes.
February 10th. Oh, 13th. Oh, I need to be at the right place. Okay. Okay. No, the 10th is when we're meeting on Zoom.
Yes.
13th.
Is
Yes.
actual, yeah.
That morning, 9 o'clock.
Pray, light those candles, the
Mhm.
prayer candles, and
Are they live streaming it?
they are.
Okay.
Yes.
We usually don't start, they start at 9. It doesn't mean we start at 9. There's quite a few people.
Yeah.
And we have to get it all talked about in 5 minutes.
Yes. Thanks for bringing that up. So, all Article 8 they're taking in one day. I think we're about 5th or 6th on the list. They're going to start with the Public Utility Commission. Then they typically head to the Senate floor around 10 o'clock. And then you wait. They've been coming back to 3:30 so far. I think they're up to Article 3 now. It's been fascinating to watch, but they are holding each agency to 5 minutes, not a minute more. And so, yes.
So I'm wondering if possibly you could do a group email or group text to let us know approximate time that y'all will go forward. It'd be a great,
Sure, we can, yeah.
just so I don't have to sit on, because last time I sat on there for a long time and you didn't come up for a while, and and then I have to go about my day. But if I can carve out a potential time, I would
Yeah.
love to watch.
Sure.
Sorry. I was just going to
sorry.
say, don't worry, it's recorded in perpetuity. So
Yeah, but it's kind of fun to watch it live. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The agenda's posted, the meeting links are posted. We can send you both, and then just send out a notice when we get closer.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
And I just want to say a huge thank you to Hemet, to Giselle, to Lori, to everyone that's been a part of this. And Mark Mayak has been advising us all the way. Heavy lift. You know, this is the most significant ask we've made that I'm aware of. So we want to be prepared. We want to be able to explain the rationale very clearly, and you know, having Hemet's experience very quickly, very efficiently in 5 minutes. But Hemet's experience and wisdom has been invaluable. So thank you.
You're welcome. Well, thank you for the beautiful team that we have, and it's been illuminating. I think, you know, Giselle can verify this. We're also trying to make this process for the next session a bit more systematic, right? And I think it will only get better. But thank you. You're welcome, and thank you so much.
Yeah, so it's not a voting item. It was just an information item.
Yes.
Okay. And so all I have is this. So now we go to board evaluation at the meeting. And last time we had 13 members here and 9 filled it out. No, 11 filled it out. We had 13 members, so we're too short. I don't know who you are. Do better this time.
Madam President, I wonder if this meeting we could offer 5 minutes for people to do it before we close the meeting, maybe to increase our completion rate.
Or you can do it after we could close the meeting, and then people could wait
That's what
5
we've
minutes.
been doing, and then
Yeah.
that's what we've been doing, and that still
Mhm.
results in less than 100%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's my point.
Can't get out the door. Yes, it is anonymous. So anyway, it's still better. You know, I think it's exciting having 15 members. We've had 13. I think we're having a better. I mean, this time we started out and thought we'd just have 2 missing, and Melissa got sick, and Kathy had car trouble, and so I mean those kind of things, you know, you don't plan. So anyway, so basically you guys have read this overall about the fact that the agenda's clear, supported by documents, and sufficient time. Last time we had some reports were a little late. Everybody's trying to get them in. We understand that. And so the reports are always well done, and I feel like we're able to make our decisions and do our voting, you know, having the information we need. Members are prepared. It says some members are quiet, so you cannot tell if they're prepared. So some of us talk more than others. Then reports were clear, contain needed information. They allow us to prepare for our meetings, easy to follow. Staff's appreciated. You know, the board development this time was really good, which shows this how those reports matter to us being able to make our choices. So 4 and 5, diversity, everybody was fine with that. Chair guided the meeting effectively, moved through the agenda effectively. Appreciate efforts to maintain time and punctuality of President Schiff. However, it's equally important to vet all members' comments and explain to those guests presenting that their appointment time is an approximation. So I do try to keep everyone on schedule when we have power packed, especially our schools and everything. But I think definitely keeping in mind that everyone's opinion does matter. Future issues identified. Ken did a great job of identifying board development opportunities for 2025. Seems like we could spend time as a group to talk about future issues big, unclear issues. I'm not sure what that meant. Saying that we could spend time as a group to talk about the future issues is big and unclear issues. So if anyone wants to expound on that, make sure that you're bringing any issues or any thoughts that you have. It's always open. Myself, Chris, Allison's vice president, or, you know, if you want to be anonymous or whatever, you know, we just want to make sure everyone's heard and that we want everyone's thoughts and to be valued in this group. We had 13 out of 15 last time. Good turnout. We rarely have 100%. I think we did it once before. And then praying for the loss of Rick's family. We really missed him last time and know that was very difficult. The meeting began and ended on time. Technical issues started late due to technology. But tech issues didn't seem to be quite as much. I think we did better with our IT today. And they delayed. I mean, you know, this is just new building, new room, you know, having all the equipment and everything. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we haven't been in this facility very long. We've been in a lot of places for meetings. So this is definitely our best, for sure. Temperature, I think the temperature has been good today. I don't know what you guys will say, but the temp at the Thursday meeting room was cold last time, fairly cold. Grateful for being able to regulate the temperature. And Earl even talked to me today and said, let me know if we've got temperature issues. I'll get on it. So that's good. Miscellaneous, always well organized meeting by board staff and board members and leadership. While awkward, the VP vote was handled well by all. So, you know, please give us your opinions and your thoughts for it to work. We've got new eyes on this process. What we can do, we can have enough information that we go all day Thursday and we go late, and then we do half a day Friday. And this is the first time in my life that we've finished a meeting before 4 o'clock, before 3 o'clock. And so does anyone have anything to add about the evaluation? Or
let me say something.
Any more information? Yes, sir.
Okay, so one of the things that President Shipp discussed was, hey, how come we don't sometimes have time to just talk about some really interesting things that are in the world of nursing, and what do we all think about it, feel about it? I think that's what I interpreted that sort of entry to be suggesting, which sounds great. I mean, you got all these highly motivated, interested, invested people in the regulation of nursing. Man, we should be able to bust out with. That's right. Okay, so the Texas Open Meetings Act requires that anything deliberated by this official body has to be noticed to the public and published on the website. What the item is, what you're generally going to talk about, substantively enough. It has to have enough substantive information in it that whoever's interested in what this deliberative body wants to talk about will know and have the opportunity to come and see it. So you're not going to have that kind of agenda item, okay? With that said, though, you can put things on the agenda to deliberate. Don't have to vote on anything. And there are some probably issues that you like burning, you want to deliberate. You can always give that to staff. We can coordinate with your president, vice president, get an idea should this go on the agenda? Should it be deliberated by this official body, or can we put it on notice? And is it going to be sufficiently substantive? Yeah, descriptive to tell people what to do. So I just wanted to say you can't have a round table, but Lord knows that's what I like. So, but I'm the lawyer, then I have to say that that's not compliant. So, anyway, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you very much for keeping us in line. That's why we can never start a meeting unless he's sitting here.
That's right.
Because he's got it. He's keeping us, that's his job, keeping us in line. And we are kind of like herding cats sometimes. So,
No.
okay, so one of the last things on here is, we are appointed for a 6-year term, and then sometimes we're reappointed or not, or choose not to be reappointed. Sometimes we are appointed and filling someone else's spot. And so this is our last time for Laura Disk, and we did send to her her plaque from us, but it's been great. And she did 2 terms. Yes. And so it just went so fast, 12 years.
10 years.
Oh,
10
it was
years.
10
It was a
because
4 and a 6.
because you did you finished somebody's term.
4 years and then 6 years. Thank you all. It has been absolutely like the pinnacle of my 30-year nursing career, this appointment. I'm very grateful to Governor Abbott and to all of you, the staff that make this happen. And I live daily as the leader of my hospital to ensure that we are providing that safe, quality care to our patients every day. So I live our mission, and I will miss you all. Please continue to do the hard work that you do. For the new board members, enjoy it because it flies by. It goes by very quickly. And a special thank you to Patricia, because she really holds it all together.
Yes. So at this point, Carol would be going off. She's applied to stay on. We haven't heard announcements. Rick would be going off. He's applied to stay on. And Melissa would be going off, and she's applied to stay on. And so now there will be an announcement. The governor's looking for someone for practice to replace Laura. And Manny. He's short, yes. And so, but then he's. Yes. So he came short, but then. Yes. Yes, but he stays on. Okay. So anyway, we sent something to Laura, and I think that Carol got hers. And, you guys thought I was leaving, and y'all gave me a going away party, and then I stayed. Another time, it's like, yeah, and they're like, we're going to remember that. We've already said goodbye to you once. But, Rick, we have this for you. It says, Rick Williams, consumer member, and grateful appreciation for his outstanding contribution to the regulation of nursing, the board nursing, 2019 to 2025. And I tell you, when I very first came into this in 2011, I was like, oh my gosh, I never wanted to be a lawyer. I didn't understand all the acronyms that were out there. In my first meeting, they were talking about CBCs, CBC this and CBC that. I'm like, why are they doing complete blood counts on everybody? But that was the big push at that time, Tony, to get criminal background checks for everybody. And I was like, oh my gosh. And the school I graduated from was put on conditional, and I voted not to put them on conditional. I didn't know I couldn't do that. My first meeting. And then this little guy comes in and with his whole family and his whole church, and he wants to be a nurse, and he's been in prison, but he's turned his life around. His preacher's there and everybody, and there's like, you had to 5 years. You couldn't try to be a nurse for 5 years, and it was 4 years and 8 months or something. And he was wanting, please just give me the 4 months, even though that's not the rule, and let me go to nursing school. And I'm just like, ah. And I thought, I don't know if I can do this. You know? I mean, it was just like I'm crying and am I sad and I'm voting wrong and trying to save my alma mater, and they're going on conditional. I mean, it was just really a lot of prayer, and here we are, and it's just been amazing, and amazing people serving, and we're patriots, and we care about our country and our state and our people, and so I think we just have great people, and when you look at the fact that we have all of these other people, and when they decided to do this, we're very nursey if we're nurses. But then our consumers are so amazing because they're going to come out and they're going to say, well, have you thought about this? And I'll be, well, of course not, Rick, because I'm not a consumer. And Rick's like, yeah, but I've had lots of nurses in my life. And so he was like, he knows about nurses. Daryl, who's not here, his mom's a nurse. And I mean, so we all are brought to this place, as they talked about earlier, such a time as this. It's in Esther in the Bible, and I just think each one has such a skill set, and that's why I want everyone to give, when you have thoughts and you want to make statements, that's good, because we're all here with different. We have people in practice and in education and in life experiences, and so thank you all for your service, and we'll hope to hear some are being reappointed, and we'll miss Laura. So, and you saw that picture, 2012, Chris was president. We didn't know at that point that she was going to be, she was president. And I remember sitting there for my first meeting. I was like, how does she do that? I mean, and she and Kathy Thomas had it all going on and everything. And so, and Kathy Lederhorn. So Kathy has been on longer than me too. So thank you all. Thank you for this, and thank you, staff, for being a part and helping us do our jobs. Does anybody have anything else they want to say, or? No? Okay. So it is 2:13 and a record. Yes. How in the world? Mm-hmm. Do your evaluations.